We'll open the regular meeting of the Board of Education on June 10, 2019. May I have the Pledge of Allegiance by Scott Law, Director of Facilities and Projects Management, please?
He didn't call to order the time. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I opened the meeting at 6:05 p.m. tonight. Thank you, Mr. Law, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now may I have a roll call, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia.
Here.
Governing Board Member De Leon.
Present.
Governing Board Member Hanson.
Here.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta.
Present.
And Governing Board Member Gomez.
Present. Okay, now we'll go to approve agenda June 10, 2019. May I have a motion to approve the agenda, a regular agenda meeting on June 10, 2019?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta second. Any discussion? Any changes?
Yes, I would like to request that item number 1.1A and 1.2A be removed.
You have a page number? Sorry.
87 and 88.
Action item 87 and 89.
9. Any discussions by any board members about this before I remove it from the agenda? No? Okay. So what, if just to clarify, if we're moving it from the agenda, the way the resolutions were in the past will stay as they were, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any discussions about that? No. Okay. Let's take a vote. May I have a vote, please?
Yes. Governing Board Member Garcia.
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon.
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson.
Yes,
Governing Board Member Cuarenta.
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes.
thank you.
So 5-0, motion passed to approve the regular meeting agenda. We'll go to study session meeting minutes from April 29th. May I approve the minutes of the study session held on April 29, 2019?
I'll move.
Okay, that's Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second? Sonia De Leon made the second. Any discussion or questions? If none, may I have a vote, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia.
Here. Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon.
She was absent, so she still gets to vote?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
You know
yes.
what I was for that one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson.
Yes,
Governing Board Member Cuarenta. Yes. Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, so it'll be a 4-0 vote because Linda Garcia was absent. So it was approved, the minutes of the study session held on April
I'm
29,
sorry.
2019.
Madam President,
Yes,
that was for the 29th.
that's correct.
I was there at the study session. Oh, on April.
April 29th.
Okay, you're
April,
correct.
yeah, you were not at
April,
that one.
you were not at that one.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Now we're going to go to the study session meeting for May 6th. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the study session meeting held on May 6th?
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll move. I'll second, sorry.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions, any discussions? I do have a question. On May 6th, I asked how many tutors are at the high school. Dr. Smith shared that the information will be provided to the school board. As of now, I have not received any information.
Go ahead. Yes.
We submitted our Wednesday update. That should be making its way to the board soon. It was submitted late last week, I believe.
So we'll get it next Wednesday?
This Wednesday.
This,
I
oh,
didn't-
this
yes,
Wednesday,
I didn't-
thank you.
Oh, you mean this one's, okay. Thank you on that. Okay, any other questions or comments? Oh, I do have another one. On page 20, The AQME meeting was not at Zamboni Middle School. I did not refer to what school it was at. So if we can take that out.
Madam President, I
Yes.
think that's in the next,
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
Is it?
we're on May 6th.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes,
That's right.
on the
Thank you.
next one.
Thank you. I do have it there. Okay. Okay. So may I have any other discussions or questions? No? So may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
You have
Oh, I did
a
already.
motion and a second, Hanson, Cuenta?
Yes, that's right.
But you know what?
Yes. Yes, Board Member Garcia?
Yes.
Oh, no. I thought you had a question. Sorry about that. May I have a vote, please?
Yes. Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, yes. Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. So it's a 5-0. We approve the minutes of the study session of May 6th. Now we'll go to the regular meeting minutes
Yes.
of May 13th. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held on May 13th?
Aye.
So are you making the motion, Linda?
Oh, I'll make a motion.
Okay, sorry about that. Linda Garcia made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Vivian Hanson made the second. Any discussions or any questions?
Yes, I have a comment.
Okay?
On page 18, we discussed the resolution. And one of the things that I'm concerned about, the minutes being written and how they're written, it really doesn't reflect of what was said. If you look on page 18, on the top, middle of the paragraph, it says, board member, she is concerned that if one votes against an agenda item, you're going to feel intimidated. What was not said, and I did state, is that my no is a no, and I keep it a no because teachers deserve better, deserve more. However, I said that in the future, I don't want any board members to feel intimidated because they voted no. That's what the minutes are for. The minutes are to record who voted and who voted against. So we have to like just take into consideration that we know that teachers got offended. Okay, they didn't go back, or they don't have the time because of their work schedules to go back and really analyze what was really said. And so it could be taken offensive. So we have to be considerate, and there are other resolutions that do state that it's only signed by the board president. I have yet to see another resolution or any resolution signed by Dr. Perez. Now, I did ask legal counsel, and legal counsel has yet to give me an update. Also on page 28 and 29, this was the conversation we had about term limits and how many questions there were. I can't exactly remember. I would have to go back to the tape and analyze, okay, how many questions there were. According to this document, it says 35. I know that President Gomez has stated, let's reduce that to 12. 3 board members had disagreed with the 12 questions. But I'm thankful that Board Member Gomez really does her homework and checked, and she said, look, the other 12 questions pertain to trustee. We're looking at whether our constituents want term limits or not. Then everybody followed through and said, yes, okay, we agree. But what reflects on these minutes, it reflects that Board Member Garcia came up with the idea of the 12 questions, when in fact it wasn't. It was agreed that the 24, 35 questions was enough, and we needed all that information. So I'm just concerned, and I've said this in January, that I'm concerned about how minutes are being taken. I'm just so glad that now everything's being recorded, and I hope now, since we're in the 21st century, we move on to live streaming this. So those are my only concerns.
Thank you. Anyone else? I do have one. Oh, Board Member Garcia, do you have any? Sorry, before I...
I don't have any.
Okay. On page 20, as I was mentioning before, the AQME meeting, I never mentioned that it was at Zamboni, and it was not at Zamboni, so if we could take that out. Also,
It was a Gaines.
yes, it was again.
Should have read Gaines.
Okay. But I didn't even mention any school. I just said I attended.
That was actually at Jackson.
That's
Oh,
correct.
was it Jackson?
Yeah, you're right.
It was Jackson.
But the thing is, I never mentioned any school. That's where I was going to. And then also for the where it says here, she attended the annual Who's dinner and added that it was nice to see people from other districts and the Tepic Sister City District. I actually said I attended the Dia de los Muertos, who was sponsored by the Tepic Sister Cities. So if we can have that corrected, that it was the Dia de Muertos that I attended. Right there, yeah.
Was it muertos or niños?
Oh, niños, sorry, Dia de los Niños, you're right. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Okay. Any other corrections or discussions? No? Okay, so may I have a vote, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to move on to reports. So number 1 is the Student Board Representatives Activity Reports. Reports on school activities, including athletic, academic, and extracurricular activities. Yanet Lopez from Paramount High School will be the first one to come up.
Madam President, we have 2 students who are graduating this week and are unable to join us because of that. And that is Yanet Lopez and Samantha Avendano from Buena Vista. The other members are here from Paramount High School West Campus, Odyssey, and Paramount Adult School. And the Board of Education has a little present for the students who are here to thank them. We know Starbucks is very, well received by students, so the board has a little something as a thank you to all of you for serving this year and reporting. So if we could start with Ava Guevara.
Sure. Eva Garava from Paramount High School West Campus, please.
Good evening, Board President Gomez, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Perez, Executive Cabinet, and audience. It has been a privilege to represent Paramount High School West Campus and the class of 2022. Congratulations to our 82 students who took the AP Human Geography test on Tuesday, May 14th. It was a long test, but a great end to our year of learning. This week, we are challenging each other on current topics and representing different countries in a Model United Nations meeting in our finals. Our annual night of recognition was held on Thursday, May 16th, where students from the class of 2022 were recognized in front of their peers, parents, and staff. Over 100 students were celebrated on this special evening. At the award ceremony, Diana Aguirre and Luis Reese were named co-principal award winners for outstanding achievement during their first year of high school. Our visual and performing arts had a successful dance recital as well as a musical concert in late May. Our dance students shined through their original dances under Ms. Cruzan's direction, and Mr. Navarrette's band and orchestra students treated us to a variety of songs that had the crowd clapping along. Summer school begins on Monday, June 17th for current students to get back on track as needed, and we are excited to welcome the class of 2023 to attend our summer bridge classes. On behalf of our principal, Mrs. Salcido, staff, parents, and students of West Campus, we would like to congratulate Principal Mr. Ono for his years of service in education. We wish you all the best in your retirement. Remember, once a pirate, always a pirate. Last but not least, we would like to congratulate the class of 2019 on your graduation. You did it. Thank you again for this opportunity to serve as the West Campus representative this year. Have a great evening.
Ava, we have something for you.
Thank you, Ava. Next would be Segura Ponce from Odyssey STEM Academy.
Good evening, Board President Gomez, Superintendent Perez, members of the board, executive cabinet, and community members. Exhibition just ended, and we got a chance to prove our learning to our advisors, fellow scholars, and our families. I was able to see how my classmates have grown in confidence, and it inspired me to achieve more. Over the last 2 weeks of school, we've been submitting more evidence to prove our learning and bring up our grades. Those who've reached advance in everything, me, have the opportunity to work on an intense New View Studio project known as BattleBots. We're split up into 4 different groups to create a robot that battles other bots to claim the winning crown. My team's robot is designed to scoop up the opposing bot and throw them over our own. The actual competition is going to be on Wednesday. On the last day of school, we're going to have our end of the year Olympic competition to see which advisory is the best. The other 5 advisories are trying to steal our advisory's trophy, a sextant, which is a navigation tool sailors use to find their way along their ocean adventures. We've landed at a stopping point in our own adventure as we complete our very first year here at Odyssey. We founded a new school, and we've made a multitude of new friends and gained a lot more knowledge. Next year, we'll be able to continue our journey and further explore the vast ocean of Odyssey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakura. Next is Jasmine Hernandez from Paramount Adult School.
Good evening, President Gomez and members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Perez, Executive Cabinet, and guests. Thank you again for the opportunity to share all the wonderful activities occurring on our campus. First, the phlebotomy students completed successfully their 12-week course for the spring semester. We had 18 students complete the course and take a national exam. We are proud to report that 14 of the 18 students passed the national exam on their first try. They are now ready to participate on their externship and work at a clinic or at a hospital. In addition, the cosmetology students concluded their first semester in the program through our partnership with Compton College. As part of their grade, the students demonstrated their skills by creating a hairstyle on their mannequin doll head fashioned after their favorite celebrity. Their presentations demonstrate how much the students have learned through the semester. All of the presentations were creative and amazing. Furthermore, we have 4 past students who are new U.S. citizens as they pass the citizenship interview. Congratulations to the following students: Yvonne Prado, Luis Prado, Laura Quintanilla, and Elena Yepes. Finally, congratulations to Esmeralda Holhin, who completed the medical assistant program and will now start her externship during the summer. Currently, she serves on the PUSD Nutrition Service team. Next, the Paramount Adult Transition students are enjoying the end of the school year as Mr. Butler and Ms. Preciado took their students to Knott's Berry Farm on a field trip. The students enjoyed the day by going on rides, eating various foods from the park, and viewing different shows and performances. According to the adult transition students, they had a blast. Next, all of 4 adult transition classes celebrated together at the Paramount Pool. We are thankful to the City of Paramount for opening up the pool for our adult transition students. They were able to swim and play in the pool and enjoy their lunch. It was a fun field day, which has become a tradition with the PAT students. Finally, the Community Day school students work on a science project in small groups. The students developed a creative, functional roller coaster. They were graded by the complexity and creativity of the roller coasters. The students also researched roller coasters and made PowerPoint presentations, which they presented to their classmates. The groups with the top 3 roller coasters received gift cards to local food establishments. The project helped the students to learn to work together and support each other through the process. As you can see, there are many wonderful things happening at the Paramount Adult School, PAT and CDS. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Jasmine. Now we'll go to number 2, employer representative reports on contractual issues and/or items of interest to bargaining unit members. Is Kim Gifford here? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Students, you may be released. Thank you so much for everything you've done this whole year. Congratulations, and hope you enjoy graduation if you're graduating. If not, we'll see you next year.
Good evening, President Gomez, Superintendent Perez, School Board, Cabinet, and a room full of wonderful people. 3 more days, but we aren't counting. A much-deserved summer is coming our way. I saw a meme this weekend that read, "Teachers don't have summer off, they are in recovery." This time is spent reconnecting with our loved ones we haven't seen since September, catching up on those movies and TV shows that everyone's talking about. I hear there's some new show called Game of Thrones. I'm looking forward to watching. As you know, this is my first year as president, and I'm so happy I survived without too many cuts and bruises. It's been a learning experience every single day. But I am more proud and honored to represent the teachers of Paramount. I am looking forward to the summer so I can get organized and prepared and get ready for the start of next year, and I have a little experience now. This last month has been full of celebrations. Since our last board meeting, we have had the Star Awards at P Park, at West Campus, retirement, year of service awards, scholarship celebrations. People are going to think we're a district that's always having parties, and it might be true. But to be honest, we have a lot to celebrate, and celebrating the achievements of our students, our teachers, and our veterans are important. As you can tell, I love PUSD, and as I know, so do you. Have a great summer.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can ask.
Is there someone here from CSC? No? Okay, just want to make sure I didn't leave them out. Thank you. We'll go to item number 3, board members report of visits to school, conferences, attended or scheduled meetings. So we'll go with Board Member Garcia.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I wish I was there. I miss everybody. I just wanted to report that even though I'm not at the programs and stuff going on, I still keep in touch with the Topeka Sister City. And I just wanted to announce that Paramount Topeka was proud to award 5 scholarships in the name of Ethel Hilliard Memorial Scholarships. One went to Joycelyn Pena at Paramount High, $1,000. Stephanie Garcia, Paramount High, $250. Anthony Rodriguez, Paramount High, $250. Andrea Mercado, PHS High, $250. And we gave Vanessa Garcia from Buena Vista $250. And I just want to say I'm really proud of all of our students, and I'm especially proud of the Buena Vista who tries so hard because they have been given a second chance to vote. I just want to say congratulations to them. I also, I don't know if any of you have listened to the Odyssey podcast and with Courtney Kane and Hunter Simmons. It was actually quite interesting and very informative. And so if any of you haven't listened to it, log on and listen to it. It was quite interesting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Next would be Board Member De Leon.
Thank you. Welcome and thank you for attending our school board meeting. I am pleased to see you all, and I appreciate all those individuals who address the board. Your participation and feedback that you give us is valuable. Although the board cannot engage in public discussion per Governance Code sections 54950 through 54963, staff will follow up and address public inquiries. If in any case you do not receive a follow-up, please email me through the district's email located on the district's board page and hold me accountable to ensure you receive a follow-up. You elected me to take a bold stance to transform the way we view public education, not to go with the status quo. My commitment is to the pueblo, the community, and the people. Nevertheless, on May 15, I participated in the Star Awards, where the district recognizes staff on their excellent work. Michael Naruco won an award for Administrator of the Year, Kelly Gray for Support Provider of the Year, Andrea Canela for Classified of the Year, and Felicia Akuma for Teacher of the Year. On the next day, I attended our first environmental committee meeting where we discussed the following: testing results of multi-metals and hexavalent chromium in our classrooms, testing the water for lead per Assembly Bill 746, which testing should occur no later than July 1st, 2019, and about mosquitoes, which affected our students and staff last year. Furthermore, we agreed to collaborate with the City of Paramount for the city to notify its residents of the mosquitoes and solutions to reduce the mosquito population. On the other hand, I want to make you aware, if you are not already aware, that the district applied for a grant to receive MERV 16 filters for 7 of our schools. I also discussed my concerns for a backup plan and long-term plan on purchasing MERV 16 air filters. I asked Mr. Frutos for the data on the proportional cost of MERV 10 versus the cost of MERV 16. It is fair to note that we have not received an actual hard copy of the estimated cost for all schools since our December 2018 board meeting request. A member from the cabinet presented in a future board meeting an exaggerated price for the MERV 16 filters. However, no proof of the cost has yet to be presented. Lastly, during a more recent board meeting when representatives from IQ Air did a presentation, I asked for an estimated cost of MERV 16 filters. The consultant answered that the IQ Air would have to come out to the schools and then provide the district with the total cost for the air filters, which are only available through IQ Air. I requested that the board be updated on this matter. More importantly, we continue to have monitors from the Air Quality Management District, also known as AQMD, with data that demonstrates an elevated number of hexavalent chromium. So why are we not purchasing HEPA filters for the 300 AeroMax air purifying machines? Moreover, it is essential for Dr. Perez and the members of the cabinet to follow through with the directives given by the board and follow up with the board regarding all matters. On a happy note, I attended an event that recognizes staff for their years of service and those who are retiring. I'm pleased to know many individuals are working tirelessly for many years. I wish for those who are retiring to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. After this event, I attended Paramount High School to see the Oz show, which was terrific. By May 28, I attended the senior award ceremony, where I was thrilled to see so many seniors receiving awards. I was also honored to see my niece recognized for her academic achievement. By the following day, I participated in the Forum on School Safety. It's great to see community collaborating with President Gomez and coming up with solutions to ensure our students are safe and feel safe. President Gomez will conduct these forums every 3 months, and I only hope that we continue this process to continue receiving parent input and parent involvement. By June 1st, I was honored to attend the Heritage Festival, where our district honored the 10 top students from Paramount High School, 9th through 11th grade. I was honored to see my nephew recognized as a top 10 student for his academic achievement. My only hope is, besides recognizing our academic achievers, is to recognize our students in special education who are successful in other areas. For example, recognize students who are not on the diploma track, who have successfully obtained a job or have successfully learned independent living skills. I want to open a forum to collaborate with parents, students, and teachers to learn more of our students' success in the special education programs. Lastly, I met with Mr. Frutos to go over the budget, and on a different day, I met with Dr. Starks to review the LCAP, which is the Local Control Accountability Plan. Prior to meeting with Dr. Starks, I did attend 2 LCAP meetings, and I won't take more of your time, but thank you.
Thank you, Board Member De Leon. Next will be Dr. Hansen.
Dr.
I mean,
Hanson. Wow.
Sorry.
Wow, guys.
Board Member Hanson.
Wow. I've got kind of a tickle, so
You should have just said thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now with Dr. San Miguel. Yes. I also attended the Star Awards and want to congratulate everyone who was honored. The Chamber of Commerce held a Women in Business Forum recently, and I was pleased to see that one of the participants in the forum was a graduate of Paramount High, and she's a Superior Court judge. I was really pleased to spend some time with her. Also, the retirement and service recognition event. We're going to miss some of these folks, and I'm trying to get around to those that I've known for a long time to try to give them a hug and wish them well. With Board Member Cuenta, we attended the Paramount High School musical presentation of Oz. Those kids were incredible, and I just want to congratulate them and their teacher who did such a great job. The senior awards at Paramount High School, we need more risers. There's no doubt about it. We have so many students with high honors that they're crowded in there, so it was a great evening. I attended the LCAP year-end meeting, looking forward to the presentation. And the Heritage Parade and Festival, there was just nothing more special than seeing our students and our parents and our band and folks from our community in this, and got so many great comments back from folks, and it was a great day. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Now we'll go to Board Member Cuarenta.
Oh, you guys are a tough act to follow. So I was an honor to attend the Oz play at the high school with Mrs. Hanson. I also attended the ad hoc committee meeting with the city. So again, it's an honor to sit in and listen and really, learn so I can make better choices for my community. And the last announcement is that I was able to be a delegate for the Democratic Party in Sacramento. So again, it was an honor to represent not just my views, but the views of my community. And I look forward to taking what I learned there and bringing it back here. So thank you.
Great. Madam President?
Yes.
I forgot one thing.
Sure.
The Annie presentation over at Zamboni School. Oh, my. That just took your breath away. That was
Yeah,
incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Cuarenta.
Thank you.
So now it's my turn. If I was retired, I'd be doing way more than what I've done, but boy, I was busy this month. First of all, thank you everyone for attending. Hopefully more communities could come out, more community residents could come out to our meetings. But thank you also for the ones that are online and do view us to YouTube. I saw that we have about 290 views just for last month. So, little by little, we're getting there. Hopefully we'll get live stream because that's what I've been hearing that people want, our residents want rather. So thank you everybody who's watching us. I attended quite a few, so I'm gonna go down the line here. I attended the 2019-2020 Star Award where staff was recognized for their dedication and commitment to educating our students. I not only want to congratulate those staff members that were awarded the STARS Award, but to all staff, classified, certified, administration, for all they do on a daily basis. We really have to thank each and every one of you. Number two, I attended the 2018-2019 Veteran Employees and Retirement Celebration, in which we celebrated employees with 20 years of service and above. I would especially like to congratulate Jose Gomez, who is a teacher at Paramount Park, and Alma Moises, who is the adult ed counseling technician in the adult school. Both Jose and Alma celebrated their 40 years of service with the Paramount Unified School District. Thank you and congratulations. Then I attended the first generation 4-year college night. It was great to see so many first generation students going to college. I understand their struggles that so many of them have gone through to get to where they are at. I just encourage them to never give up. As I always told my children, it will be 4 years with or 4 years without. Time will still pass. I now say it to my grandkids. As Michael Jordan once said, obstacles don't have to stop you. If you run into a wall, don't turn around and give up. Figure out how to climb it, go through it, or walk around it. I would also like to congratulate everyone who put this event together, especially Lourdes Talamantes. because this was her idea. She is also a first-generation student. So is Dr. Perez and Principal Onos. I look forward to attending this event next year too. I attended the play Oz that was presented by the Theater Arts Department and Drama Club at the Paramount High School. Wow, what a great event. It brought back memories of when my daughter was in the Oklahoma play in Paramount High School. I also attended to watch the play Annie at Zamboni Middle School. This was possible by the partnership with Zamboni and the Turnaround Arts. What a fantastic event. The students were marvelous. This was Zamboni's first year, and I can say that they just raised the bar for next year. Looking forward to the next year, I'd like to congratulate Principal Sue C. Kali and Assistant Principal Kim Chavez and the Turnaround Arts for what they've done. I look forward to next year too. I attended the 2019 Senior Awards. I'd like to congratulate all of our 2019 scholarship winners. Thank you to all the donors and everyone who put it together. I'd like to remind all of our seniors who are graduating to remember you are Paramount High School alums. I hope you come back and let us know what great things you are doing. I also attended Harmony Project. What a fantastic program. It was for the fifth through K through fifth grades that play instruments in our district. Each grade level had a different instrument, and at the end, the whole district came together and played for us. What an awesome job. My favorite, though, was the song Shark.
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark. That was awesome. My granddaughter, which I'm kind of embarrassed because I told her, film it. And then I started like this and she filmed me. I said, I didn't say to do that, but it was really good. We all had a ball and the room was full. I congratulate all those students and look forward for them to continue with their music instruments. Last but not least, I had an open forum on school safety. There were about 18 adults who attended and Lieutenant Barragon with his deputies. My goal is to have these open forums are to create transparency and accountability and allow parents and community to come together to hear the concerns of one another. I plan to do these every 3 months. My next meeting will be sometime in August. Though there were not that many who attended, I have heard only positive feedback on these meetings. I heard back from constituents that we should have a forum in the middle school, especially for those 8th graders who will be transferring to the 9th grade. I look forward to doing those too. So thank you. As I mentioned, if I was retired, I'd be going much more, but that was a lot for me. But thank you very much. I look forward to the graduations this week. I plan to go as to many as I can, and I look forward to being there. Thank you. Now we will go to superintendent's reports on visits to schools, conferences attended, and legislation, meetings and/or activities scheduled throughout the district, recognition and accommodations.
Thank you, Madam President. So this evening, I want to say ditto to all of these activities that we've had in the district. I've had the honor and pleasure of participating in them, and we have the most talented students in our district. It's really quite unbelievable. And we have some very hardworking students too. One of the things that stands out in my mind more than anything else is how many students we have that are graduating with high honors at the high school. So at the awards assembly, students who have a 3.75 to 4.0 GPA received a stole, and we had to keep getting out of the way as we were calling the students and putting their stoles on them. And giving them a certificate or whatever they received. But it was so many students this year. I've just never seen so many students receive high honors. So I am so very proud of our graduating seniors and of all the hard work that our teachers have done this year. Every year I know it gets harder and harder because the needs of our students get more and more. more intense, and we prepare ourselves even more to try to meet the needs of our children and our families so that we can educate them and they are successful. So everyone in the system is working very, very hard, and I just want to express my gratitude to our teachers and our administrators, staff, cabinet, for all of the hard work this year. Only you know, if you've walked in the same shoes, right, as a teacher, as an administrator, as a student, who achieve high honors, how hard you have all worked. So we should all be very proud of ourselves, and I want to thank the board for their support of our students. The Harmony Project, we started 2 years ago, and our students in 4th and 5th grade have a wonderful opportunity to have free music lessons. They learn how to read music and play an instrument, a band instrument. When we started this project, we thought maybe we would open with a pilot of about 2 or 3 elementary schools, and our community, our parents responded in such a positive way that we immediately opened it to all the elementary schools with a waiting list. And so we have students in 4th and 5th grade learning how to read music and playing an instrument, and that was what the Friday night concert was all about. So we were, as President Gomez shared, we were very proud of our students. We know that students who can read music do better in math and with literacy as well. The research has shown that. So we want to continue to support our students with the art and music education. This is the first time we ever had a middle school performance, Annie, that I know of in our district, and I was incredibly impressed with our students and how they felt free to express themselves and sing and dance during such a performance. So we have a lot to be proud about our kids. They're just amazing. So this evening we have some recognitions. I want to quickly go through these. We have a wonderful program in our district called MESA, Math, Engineering, Science, and Achievement. And this program is a wonderful program in collaboration with Cal State Long Beach, where our students meet on Saturdays and days after school, and they work on projects related to these areas. It's a program that we fund through the support of our Board of Education for our students. It used to be funded by Governor Schwarzenegger, and he cut the funding for that during lean years, but the board in this district decided to continue to fund it. And I know it provides a lot of benefits for our students. So a lot of students in Southern California participate in MESA. And in our district, over 300 middle school students participate in MESA. So then they have this huge competition. And it's a competition that is statewide with Cal State Long Beach. And this particular competition, so they bring it down to regions, and we have 5 local districts that the students compete. Now you can imagine, we have over 300 students that compete with 4 other local districts. We had 2 of our students actually win the award for public speaking, and these students worked on a presentation to pitch an idea for a new MESA competition that students across the country would participate in the future. So let me share with you a little bit about MESA. The activities our students are involved in on the weekends after school are competition type activities. They're hands-on, including design, construction, and testing of for example, a bridge, an airplane, glider, a prosthetic arm, a machine designed and constructed to launch a ball the farthest distance. These are the types of scientific engineering type of projects they work on. Other contests require a demonstration of advanced math as well as presentation and public speaking skills. And our students that hopefully are here this evening, we want to recognize them, and I will call them in a moment. But before we do that, the people who make this possible for us to work with MESA students are our teachers, who are teacher advisors. And I first would like to ask the board if you would not mind coming forward to recognize these students. We have a few recognitions, but are any of the advisors here this evening, the teacher advisors? Oh, I think you did. Well, you're going to have to come forward, Mr. Jackson, because this is a large group of teachers, and it's over 300 students, but it's Mr. Jackson from the district office who coordinates MESA for our district. And we're very grateful. And I would like to say also that one of our teachers at Jackson, her name is Deb Woods. She actually received the Advisor of the Year recognition from Cal State Long Beach this year as well. Go Jackson. So board members, if you would not mind coming forward, I'm going to call the names of these students who are hopefully here with their parents. And we have several recognitions. Darrell, would you come forward as well to recognize Genesis Galarza? Genesis Galarza. Oh. And Luis Rivera. This is Genesis board members, and this is Luis, and they are two of the top students with MESA among 5 districts in the region. We have a certificate for them. Luis, would you shake the hands of the board members, because we're really honored to shake your hand, and we want to congratulate you. Other speaking. Both of you. Yes. Oh. Can we have a round of applause for the And you're a picture taker too.
Darrell, you want me to take?
I'd like to, the parents of Genesis, are you here tonight? Yeah, they're recording. They're recording. We won't interrupt that recording. If not, somebody can send us the pictures. Thank you. Definitely wait for mom. All right. So with the parents of Genesis, Galarza, please stand. Please stand. We want to. Congratulations. And the parents of Luis Rivera, are you here? Congratulations to you all. Thank you, students, very much for being so successful and representing us so well. Thank you. Congratulations. That was a great summer. All right. So board members, we have a few other presentations. This has been a year for unique awards, academic achievement awards that have been given to our schools for closing the achievement gap, for serving underserved students. Very, very unique. So that's why we keep coming back lately and giving you an opportunity to recognize these schools for these special achievements. So as you know, the last time we recognized a few schools for receiving an award for closing the achievement gap and serving underserved students. And so this time we were notified by the Education Results Partnership and the Campaign for Business and Education Excellence, the CBEE. Try to say that 10 times very quickly. And what they are honoring are schools across the state who have achieved the following. Actually, it's nationally. I'm sorry, it's not across the state. using evidence-based instructional practices, a defined system-wide mission of college and career readiness for all students, and investment in human capital, with, in people, thank you, and a maintenance of data and assessment systems to monitor school and student performance, resources and guidance to support the school's efforts in preparing all students for college and career. So, through their national research, they have found that we have 2 schools who have a common set of success factors in these areas that I have mentioned. They are regarded as high-performing honor roll schools and districts, and these schools have reached these type of objectives in serving their students and serving their community. And these schools are none other than Lincoln, Dr. Will our teachers from Lincoln please come forward? You are here.
We forgot our pom-poms.
We are going to take a picture with you all, and then I'll call the others.
She's got to do it. Okay. That's super cute. Classic.
And the next school is none other than Gaines Elementary. And all I can say is, weren't you all just here? Getting another award? Congratulations. Yes, indeed. Congratulations. Congratulations. I received a letter from the Flippin Group, which is an organization that works with children and schools across the nation, providing training to teachers on how to create a learning environment that is positive, that is inclusive, and that is caring through best practices for teachers to utilize when working with their children. That organization or training is called, training is really not a good word because it's more about a philosophy for working with students, and it's called capturing kids' hearts. So schools across the nation have been trained in capturing kids' hearts, for lack of a better term. And they have a team that goes around the nation, and they look at schools that I wish we had time for you to hear the stories because it is very transformational, not just for the children, but also for the teachers as well. Very, very unique and wonderful program because we know that, reducing the amount of conflict at a school is more than just about, suspending students, as we know, or putting them in a classroom or a portable, or citing them as we unfortunately have to do at the high school sometimes. Those measures don't really work to transform and change behaviors. What really changes behaviors is the relationship that we have with children, the relationship that we have, and the power that an adult has in a child's life to change relationships is something that cannot be understated and cannot really be measured. But that's what truly changes the behavior of students, when they know that there are people that really care about them, and we learn strategies for working with our students, caring for them, and having somebody there that can listen to them. That's what capturing kids' hearts is all about. So as you can imagine, there are districts, there are schools that have been trained to use these strategies, capturing kids' hearts. I have been through this training myself. This is why I know about it. It is very, very transformational. Is all I can really say about it. But we had this group go around the nation, just visiting schools that they've heard we're doing a great job. And believe it or not, and I do believe it, they actually picked a school in our district to be a national showcase school for being transformational in the way, and I have goosebumps. I'm not going to cry either. I'm not a crier. But they're a school that is transformational in how much they care about their students, the way they go beyond, what is expected to meet the needs of their children. And all of them are just together on one page to save the lives sometimes of their children through these strategies, capturing kids' hearts. And that school is none other than Jackson School. So they are a showcase school now. We're a showcase school. Madam President, we have a presentation this evening by the City of Paramount for our contributions towards the PEP scholarship fundraiser that we did this year.
Sure.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I'm here tonight representing the Paramount City Council as both a council member and a member of the City School District Ad Hoc Committee, where I serve with your board members, Ms. Hanson and Ms. Cuarenta. The city just wrapped up our annual Education Month festivities. One of the highlights was the announcement of this year's Paramount Education Partnership Scholarship recipients. In relation to that, I want to express thanks and appreciation that so many of us feel for the remarkable job that Dr. Perez has done over the last 3 years in support of the college scholarship program. For a long time, the annual Pennies for PEP campaign has been one way of funding these scholarships. This involved putting canisters in classrooms to collect change every month. It was pretty low key, and we were more than pleased to receive a few $1,000s each year. When Dr. Perez became superintendent, she saw an opportunity to take Pennies for PEP to new levels. She considered this month-long drive as a potential team-building exercise for each school in the district. This was something that could bring teachers and students together in positive ways while also producing a huge benefit for Paramount students going to college or technical school. And boy, what a success it's been. Through various activities and events, Paramount Unified has, over the last 3 years, donated $250,000. This year alone, the district collected just over $100,000. That consistency has been phenomenal, and Dr. Perez has been the architect and the chief cheerleader. As someone who has made the development and evolution of PEP a priority, I can say that Dr. Perez has been an amazingly supportive force for this important program in our city. We thought it was time that we thanked you publicly.
Oh, my.
Now, I'd like you to hear from my colleague on the City School Ad Hoc Committee, Diane Martinez, who also would like to say a few words.
That's nice.
Good evening, everyone. I am here as a former member of the Ad Hoc Committee and former mayor of the city of Paramount. As Councilmember Lemon stated, the PEP scholarships were announced as part of the Education Month. This year, there were 46 of them, a record number, and almost twice the original 24 that were given out when the program began. This increase could only have happened with the huge contribution received from Paramount Unified School District, and it has been Dr. Perez leading the charge. Besides the help it provides for our college-bound students, the Enhanced Pennies for PEP campaign is also motivating in another great way. Throughout the whole month, an atmosphere is created on each campus in the district that promotes the very concept of attending college. Our kids of all ages get really excited about this, and it surely leaves a lasting impression. As a longtime educator, I have been so very much impressed with Dr. Perez's engagement with the community on every level. She even became a member of the PEP Board of Directors and has provided invaluable advice and wisdom in that role. So we wanted to share with the Board of Education and everyone else her profound sense of gratitude for Dr. Perez's commitment, not only to PEP, but to the Paramount community. Thank you so much, Dr. Perez, and God bless
Thank you.
We have a certificate for you. Would you like to come down?
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. All you do so much.
Thank you very much. We also have with us board members, our attorney, Jim Romo. He is here to talk about a few governance items and also talk about a future retreat, hopefully that we can have with, I've asked him to help us with bylaws and also with policies, as we're expecting our policies to be, while they are being reviewed by CSBA, once we receive that report, that we can move on to review our bylaws and meet on that.
Good evening, board members, and
Good evening.
Linda Garcia, who's listening in. Dr. Perez. Okay, there it is. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it was Groucho Marx who once said, and some of you probably don't even know who Groucho Marx is, given your appearance, how young you look out there. But I think Groucho Marx said, you never want to follow children and pets. I want to add to that list tonight. You never want to follow an award ceremony where you're recognizing teachers and students for their achievements and the eloquence of our superintendent. So listening very carefully to what was talked about before, I'm going to try to tie in my presentation this evening to some of the things that happened. As some of you know, I served as a board member myself for about 10 years. That was quite some time ago, but in many ways, you never forget that experience because of some of the things that you experienced this evening. The opportunity to recognize the hard work of your employees, to recognize the achievement of your students. We care for them, we nurture them, we try to put together programs that are going to create opportunities for them well beyond the time that they spend in the school district. So I appreciate the fact that I'm sure many of you were very proud of the opportunity to recognize your students and the teachers and also your classified staff as well for all the hard work, because they are really the ones in the trenches. We as board members hopefully establish an effective framework under which there can be success. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, given the fact that some of our board members are now, believe it or not, 6 months into your service as board members. That time, I'm sure, has gone by very quickly. I know early on in your term, we had a very short opportunity to talk about a little bit of your role as a board member. So I'm going to go back and revisit that a bit and tie in some of the other major concepts that you are beginning to touch and deal with probably on a small scale, but as you continue with your term, your service to the district as board members, it's going to become more prevalent in the way that you conduct yourself and the types of things that you're going to have to deal with. So my presentation is about board leadership and governance this evening. Again, trying to tie in.
I think you just have to click on the top one and it gets started.
He wants to lay it out as a slide.
The picture of
On the top.
Darrell will help you. Darrell, help him.
Okay.
F5, Darrell, just press F5.
There you go.
And then you can advance.
Okay, great. All right, so I'll go down. So first of all, I want to mention that the material that I have prepared for you this evening that's now off the screen.
Darrell.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Right there. Okay. Hit these two. Okay. All right. This one here. The arrow right there. Okay. Okay. As you can tell, I'm technologically challenged. But I wanted you to know that the material that I have prepared does not have a whole lot of original thought to it, meaning it's not something that I necessarily thought up. Instead, I have always relied upon materials that have been produced by the California School Boards Association, a document or publication called the Executive Summary for School Board Members, my own practical experience in working with school districts for over 3 decades, and then again my personal experience as a board member. And some of you may recognize this because I know you're either in the governance training program that's put on by CSBA. This is my version of it because I went through it years ago. It's still very current as I check against the newer publications that are coming out, but that's a major source for the information that I'll share with you this evening, as well as a pamphlet produced by the Executive Summary for School Board Members, and it's a published by the Master Teachers Project. That's what it's called. And as you can see, a very smaller version, but very small print. But in many ways, the concepts are the same. So, as you've come to learn, the role of the board member, citizen oversight of local governments is a cornerstone of democracy in the United States. And school board members are locally elected public officials entrusted with running your school districts in your community. And the role of the school board member is to ensure that the school district is responsive to the values, the beliefs, the priorities, and to their communities as well. That should be nothing new. As I heard Board Member De Leon in her remarks, very passionate about her role as a school board member, and I know that's the case for the rest of the board. So how do you fulfill this role as a board member? It's been broken down into 5 major responsibilities: setting direction for the district schools, establishing an effective and efficient structure for the school district, providing support to the superintendent and staff, ensuring accountability to the public, and providing community leadership as advocates for children, the school district, and public schools. So if you keep that in mind, and I'm sure you probably heard that already in many ways, that these are some of the responsibilities that you as board members have. The primary function of a school board is to establish the board's policies, the district's policies, which are in conformity with applicable law and regulations by which the schools are to be administered. And as I have had an opportunity to talk to the board on occasion in closed session, you know that there is a large variety of laws that you as school board members are not necessarily expected to be fully knowledgeable, but it's important to understand the scope of the laws that cover the types of issues that we deal with as in public schools here in California. So we have the Education Code. By the way, this is my volume of the Education Code. Every single statute that comes under the title of the Education Code is in this book. And every year it's published new because there's all sorts of changes that occur in the law. Talk about fine print. Even this close, it's hard to read. But it's, as you can see, thousands of pages long. The Elections Code, the laws that applied at the time that you folks ran for office, there are times where they come into existence again in terms of how elections are conducted. Should there be changes in, for example, trustee areas, if we're going to go that direction at some point in time, and how the election is, in fact, defined under those circumstances. Public contract codes, the process by which you go through a bidding process, people submit bids in order to provide services or equipment, supplies to the school district. It's all governed by what's called the Public Contract Code. Government Code. Government Code, we've talked a little bit about the Brown Act. That's where we find that the Brown Act, it's in the Government Code. The conflict of interest statutes that you as elected officials have to be aware of are also found in the Government Code. The Health and Welfare Code comes into play oftentimes in student matters, student discipline matters, particularly if there are some events or circumstances where a student may have in their possession or sale or whatever a controlled substance. That's where you find controlled substances defined within the Health and Welfare Code. Labor Code, Penal Code, Code of Civil Procedure, and Civil Code are all statutes. And they're all like this. They're in books about this size. Each one of those sections are in something of that sort. And then we have the federal laws. We have the Fair Labor Standards Act, the IDEA, which is our special education disability law, other federal statutes that deal with civil rights issues as it concerns employees and our students. Doesn't stop there. Our decisions as a board or a district can be reviewed by any one of these agencies. So the Department of Education, both federal and state, can review decision, can review practices, can make or issue decisions and orders that then we have to abide by depending upon whether or not someone has alleged some type of violation. Thank you. Violation of the laws that the Department of Education oversees. And of course, the State Department of Education is overseeing the Education Code. And then we have the Federal Department of Education that oversees the federal laws. Our local LA County of Education, County of Education, oversees our financial operation, our budget. So they have some ability to control, monitor, and even in some situation, actually intervene in the operation of a budget for a school district. The Public Employment Relations Board, that's an agency, state agency that oversees collective bargaining in the state of California, and on occasion, depending upon the activities of either the employee organizations or the school district, you may find yourself in front of the Public Employment Relations Board defending actions. Workers' Comp Appeals Board, Cal OSHA, Department of Labor, and federal and state courts. They all have the ability at times, not across the board, it's limited in they have limited jurisdiction, but they all have the opportunity at times to review and possibly affect decisions that are made by the board. So when we go back to the slide that says the primary function of a school board is to establish policies that are in conformity with applicable law and regulations by which the schools are to be administered, all those statutes that I talked about come into play at times. So you're going to, the way it works, there's no expectation that a lay board is going to be familiar with all those laws. So that's why it's important oftentimes, and that's why the Education Code allows for the hiring of counsel to help advise a school district through these myriads of laws that we have. Any questions about that? Okay, moving on. It's important for individual trustees to understand the distinction between the board and the staff roles. I think it's well recognized, been studied extensively, that the administration provides, implements the educational program, and is usually done through the superintendent and his or her staff. The board must adopt a fiscally responsible budget based on the district's visions and goals and regularly monitor the fiscal health of the district. Obviously, the board has a significant role in establishing the vision and goals of the district, and that is something that is done on a periodic basis. As a board, you have the opportunity to review those on a regular basis to make sure that, in fact, the district visions and goals are consistent with community needs, are consistent with the times, and are consistent with the law, because there are times where you have to change visions and goals because something else has happened with respect to the law. In terms of monitoring the fiscal health of the district, what that has translated to mean is that the board has oversight responsibility in terms of the budget. You have to approve the budget that is prepared by the district administration. That, as you know, has to go through the County Office of Education for its approval, its stamp of approval. They will not approve a budget unless they feel that the district is fiscally sound. They have various categories, as you may have heard, in terms of how they characterize a budget. One is positive, one is qualified, which means that you have to prepare some type of report to the county office to show that you have a plan in place to address some fiscal needs, and or negative, which we don't ever want to be in. Because that's a bad situation. But there's actually an oversight agency, as you probably know by now, who oversees how you go about your fiscal affairs. And so, again, like your lawyer, you're going to be very reliant upon those who are experts in the field of putting together a budget, and through your own auditor, because your auditors come in and examine how you expend money, making sure that it is compliant with the law. That's one of the roles that your auditors have, as well as the County Office of Education. Responsibilities continuing, regularly attend board meetings and take action after careful study of the issues facing the board and after full discussion at meetings. And of course, comply with the Brown Act. We've had a little tutorial on that. I'm going to do a little bit more here in terms of a review of our responsibilities to make sure we follow the Brown Act. Make decisions and recommendations based upon the missions and goals of the district as agreed upon and articulated by the board and superintendent. I've always looked at this as our tools for making decisions, that you're going back to the mission, you're going back to the goals, and making sure that your decisions are commensurate, they are consistent with the mission and goals that the district has set. And also, what we should include in there is consistent with your policies, your bylaws, and your regulations. And I'll talk a little bit about that here in a second, because the board does have a role in policy making, review, as well as the bylaws. And that's something that I know that the district has launched into. As I understand it, the district has commissioned the California School Boards Association to review your policies, which is a good idea. It should be done periodically to make sure, again, that your policies are up to date with not only best practices, but also with the law. And then from that, typically what happens is after you go through your policies, update them, make sure that they are accurate and consistent with your goals and missions, a mission that you have set. You then you work on your bylaws to make sure that your bylaws help you achieve those goals. And so that's something that we will probably do after you've had a chance to review the comments made by CSBA on updating your policies. And and I'll suggest that usually can't happen at a normal, a regular board meeting because of the intensity and the breadth of your bylaws. If you've taken any time to go through them, I'm sure you have, you can go to sleep reading them. I do that as a living. I read them for a living, so I have to stay awake to make sure I understand them, but I can understand if there's an opposite effect. But when we get together, I would suggest, as we have done in the past, set aside a Saturday, a full day, in order to start examining your policies and your bylaws to make sure they're consistent with your policies.
I believe Board Member De Leon had a question for you,
Yes.
Mr.
And I read that their questions are after, but sometimes it's like by the time we
Sure.
get to that.
Sure.
You mentioned to revise the policies periodically. What does that look like? Would we look at them on a yearly basis? I'm sure there's a lot of things that don't change.
Yes.
According to Ed Code.
Yeah.
But then again, there are things that might change. So what is your recommendation as to how often should we look at the policies?
On a grand scale, where you're looking at everything to make sure that they're internally consistent, about every 5 years.
Okay.
What happens is, though, in the course of a year, particularly after the legislative session, after the budget is passed, which will be sometime in July, we have new laws. The legislature consistently has new laws that then require, in some instances, that you prepare new policies to reflect the law. In some situations, it requires you to examine what you may have had. So there is ongoing review, particularly in light of new legislation, where you're looking at your policies that may have addressed the same subject beforehand, and or adopting a new policy because this is something brand new.
Now, like I've noticed in our policies, they're dated 1983, 1995, a few 1995. Not really, nothing 2019, the year we're at. So I noticed like when it is revised, it'll say like 1995. There was something revised in 2017.
Yeah.
So then those are very outdated or could.
It doesn't mean they're
or-
outdated. It means that the law may have changed, but it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that it's
But
outdated.
usually, like for us that are new, I noticed that on the print, on the bottom, it'll say revised that day or
Yeah.
or if they were checked. So do we have something that states that they were checked such and such year or something that we would know? So then we're not thinking, oh my gosh, they haven't been revised since 1983.
And just to piggyback on that, those laws actually are like printed on old typewriter. So you know they're old. I mean, I don't know when the last time I was seen, but those are old.
No, I'm familiar with them because I've looked at them. I'll say anecdotally that as questions come to me, as questions come to us, and we're looking at your policies and your bylaws, and in some cases your regulations, most of them are still relevant and still applicable. The fact that they haven't been, we don't have a designation at the bottom of the page that says last revised or amended in 1994. I think I looked at a bylaw not too long ago that had a date of 1994. That doesn't mean, because as I looked at the substance of it, it's still accurate, it's still applicable, no need to change. But this process that the district is now going through the California School Boards Association, they're taking the whole view. So they're going back over all of your policies. And as a result, they will have reviewed as of 2019 and or amended or revised 2019. So everything will be reviewed in that context. And so you'll have that type of designation on it because they're doing a comprehensive review of your policies. And again, just to emphasize, as the policy-making body, you, as the governing board, you will have the opportunity to review, to ask questions about the policies, and then certainly as we get into the board bylaws, that are another means by which we effectuate or implement those policies, definitely input from the board on those.
Do we know how long that usually takes?
The review,
Yes.
usually a couple months. It's not a quick process, but I think it's usually done in a couple months. Okay, let me move on. I know that I have
They
limited
have, by
amount
the
of-
way, as an FYI, they have shared with us, the consultant that we've hired, that they will be done this month of June.
Oh, good.
Yes.
A question, Dr. Ruth. Since they get a couple months to review, do we get at least a month to review?
After they give us the report of the review, the board can do whatever you decide. And you take as long as you,
Yeah.
whatever is your pleasure.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, again, touching upon some of the things that you probably have seen in your governance classes, one of the identified responsibilities of board members is to maintain civility and professionalism in its discourse during not only open session, but also in closed session. Having been with boards in the past and having been a board member myself, this is pretty important. In order for you folks to conduct your business, you can agree to disagree. And that happens. And you may have strong opinions relative to issues that you're not likely to change. That's fine. In fact, your board bylaws, in fact, encourage, and you'll see that in the policies that CSBA will be suggesting, that every member of the board still maintains their First Amendment rights to speech and to express opinions on issues. And again, they can be strongly held opinions. The key, since we are role models for our students as well as our employees, this is key. To be able to show that we can have civil discourse in a manner that allows us to express opinions, to respect someone else's opinion about an issue. I understand you feel this way about it, and still try to persuade differently. But in the end, when you vote, if you haven't changed your mind, you have every right to maintain that position. That's our democratic way. That's the way we operate. That's the way our government is supposed to operate. And we are a microcosm of democracy in action. So I don't want anybody to think that this somehow means you can't disagree, because you can't. And in fact, it's expected. It's encouraged in most policies that we all come at this with different points of view on issues. And it's important that the public know what may be your point of view on a particular issue. So expressions of opinions are encouraged and important. Base every decision on some available facts. Again, that goes without saying. And then the last part, again, this is something that CSBA, this book that I've shared with you, that I've read, all say the same thing, and that is once the decision is made, it's a majority decision. That's the way we operate our democracy. And you go forward and hopefully you can support the decision, but certainly not be out there undermining it is important. Communicate concerns, public reaction to the board and to the superintendent. I think it's important to understand that we are the eyes and ears out in the community. I know it happens to you because it happened to me all the time. Grocery store, on the soccer field, on the baseball field, at a community event. People who have opinions want to speak to you about their opinions, share information with you. What do you do with it? In order for us to move forward to try to address those issues, it's something that may be needed to be brought up before the rest of the board for consideration. It certainly should go to the superintendent so information can be gathered, and in some cases resolved if possible, if there's something that needs immediate attention. But the Brown Act specifically says that you as an elected official do not give up your right to have conversations with members of the community. That is not a problem under the Brown Act. Again, it's encouraged that you do because you are the eyes and ears of the community. It's what you then do with that information that's important. But don't feel that you cannot. One other thing, I have it on a slide here, but it comes to mind right now, and that is, as members of the board, your authority is as a board. You 5 individuals can make decisions as a board. Not a single board member, an individual board member has the ability to commit the board or commit the district to anything. As a board member, and not understanding the legality of your authority, which, by the way, is set out in the education code. It talks about the authority of individual board members. The community may not understand that you're not necessarily in a position to change something by yourself. And so if you're expressing opinions of agreement or contrary opinions to what you're receiving from a member of the community, it's always important to say if you want to express an opinion or share some information, that this is your thoughts as a single member of the board. It's not representative of the rest of the board because sometimes it's not a matter that's even been entertained by the rest of the board. So it's important that members of our community understand that as an individual board member, we do not have the power to make changes, to implement things. We have a process that we have to go through, and it's best that they understand. I know that I was there. I had those conversations. What do you mean, Jim? This is important to me. I voted for you. I know you did, but I'm only one person. I'll carry forward your concern, but that's the best I can do. In fact, I'll jump to that slide here. Oops, went past it. Yeah, okay. I'm going to jump to another subject here. Oh, there it is. Okay. You can see it. Also, let me just touch very quickly on some areas. Again, you've heard some things about this, probably in the classes that you're taking, as well as at the CSBA conference if you attended any of the sessions that they held up there, and that is this whole area of conflict of interest. It's one of those areas that's covered in the government code. And there is a responsibility as elected officials to disclose in certain circumstances a financial or personal interest that you have with respect to a decision that you possibly might be making. In some cases, under the government code, you actually have to recuse yourself. In some cases, meaning that you cannot even participate in the discussion that's taking place with respect to an issue. That's usually because there's some type of financial interest that you may have in the outcome of a decision being made by the board. So in those cases, you have to completely recuse yourself. In other situations, the law, and there's both provisions, there's two provisions within the government code that talk about this. In some cases, you may continue to participate, but you have to disclose that you have a remote interest or you have no interest in case people are thinking otherwise. It's very complicated, and whether or not you have a conflict of interest that falls within the definition of the law is really something that you should consult on. They're very fact-specific situations. Not all cases result in you having to recuse yourself entirely or having to disclose your interest in a particular matter. So whenever you feel that there are issues like that, bring it to the attention of the superintendent, and we can confer with a member of the board as to whether there is a conflict of interest. And that's probably the best way to follow it. We talked about this when we first met, when you first met me, about making sure that certain information that comes to you, if it's confidential in nature, remains confidential. Certainly our discussions in closed session has that protection. Whenever you're, in some cases, receiving legal advice from counsel, it has what's called an attorney-client privilege. And individual board members are not in a position to waive that privilege. It has to be by the entire board. So again, very technical. Those are situations that clearly need some advice and counsel relative to. But if you can just remember the general rules that we have talked about already, and that is conversations that take place in closed session are intended to be confidential. And then certainly there's occasion where you receive from my office, for example, a memorandum or letter that has the attorney-client privilege. And usually those types of communications are going to the entire board. Okay, your superintendent, again, borrowing upon CSBA and the other document, is the chief executive officer for the board, and shall implement all the board's decisions and manage the instructional and non-instructional operations of the district. And the superintendent serves, as you have, I'm sure, been told and have experience, is part of the district's overall governance team as well as her staff. These are some of the things that, again, CSBA suggests the superintendent responsibilities are, including promoting the success of students, advocates for and supports public education and for all stakeholders, recognizes vice versa, as I mentioned beforehand, recognizes and respects differences in perspective of members of the board, students and parents in the community. And of course, acts with dignity, treats everyone with civility, goes without saying. So I'm going to move on here. So this is important. The nature of the relationship between the board and the superintendent necessitates an effort to establish and foster a relationship with the superintendent that is constructive and positive. I know that there are plenty of studies that indicate that when the board and the superintendent are on the same page, same wavelength, and moving forward, even if there are disagreements, that you can still be a very effective organization. Your governance handbook. I know that you all have been provided a copy of it. I have reviewed it and have compared it against your board policies, your administrative regulations, and your board bylaws, and the substance or contents of your governance manual, which is pulling a lot of things together in a very nice document, I think. I wanted you to know that they're all based upon your policies and your regulations and the board bylaws. Conflict of interest. I'm gonna rush through this because I've talked about it. Just keep these sections in mind. Again, not that you have to study them and understand them, but in fact they deal with the conflict of interest issues that may affect an elected official, not just school board members. This applies to all elected officials. So there's this Government Code Section 1090. Here are some of the interests, direct interest, remote interest, non-interest, and this is what I was talking about earlier, where you have counsel analyze the type of interest that may be involved, and then make determinations as to what would be the appropriate action that elected official has to take. Recuse, disclose a possible interest. And here is the reference to the other conflict of interest statutes. One thing that I wanted to touch upon that's not up here because it's not a matter of statute, but there is what's called common law. These are court cases that judges have rendered opinions on cases or matters that have become before them that have to do with the appearance of a conflict. So even though you may not have a pure legal conflict, meaning something that's covered by the Government Code 87100 or the other Government Code section that was up on the prior slide, if the public perceives or believes there's an appearance of a conflict because of your possible participation in decision-making, then that might be sufficient for purposes of recusing yourself from participating. Again, very technical in nature, is based on the facts. It's not a hard and fast rule, but we also advise districts about those situations where we look at the court cases and say, based on these facts that we've been told, there may be a need to recuse oneself so that you don't create this appearance of a conflict. Again, gets very complicated. My point in bringing it up is that there are, besides the what's set out in the statute, there's also all these other rules that come into play. Okay. I'll let you read the rest of the material on the Brown Act at your leisure. I know that you've had an opportunity to apply that, use that, operate under, probably still scratch your head over some of the rules that apply, but they're there for us to follow. Questions?
You mentioned the Brown Act. So, for instance, if there's something on the agenda as governing board members, we shouldn't send an email to everyone on the board saying, hey, I feel this way about this on the agenda. What do you guys think?
Correct. That would be considered serial communications. And the way that the courts look at that, and it's actually now in the Brown Act, because the court cases have been codified and made a part of the Brown Act, is that that's considered a meeting. Whenever you have a quorum of members of the board, so 3 out of your 5, who are communicating, even though it's not at an official meeting, but it's communicating by either telephone conversation or by email, where there is considered deliberation or gathering of information, sharing opinions or thoughts relative to an issue, that would be considered a serial communication, which would then be in violation of the Brown Act, because we as a body cannot consider outside of a board meeting agendized, properly agendized board meeting subjects that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. So that's clear. What used to be cases that we followed, now it's part of the Brown Act specifically that cannot have those conversations.
So what would be the board, or let's say one of the board members, if they were to say, oh my gosh, this happened, what would be the follow through for a board member? Like,
If this were to happen, what does the board member do?
Should be reported.
To who?
It should go to the superintendent. Yeah.
And what does the superintendent do at that point?
Typically contacts council and say, I have this situation, what do we do? Okay. And in some cases, I mean, we've had to deal with those matters before. In which case we prepare letters, opinion letters, suggested remedies if you have to provide for remedies. Remedies I'm talking about are provided within the Brown Act, so that there are provisions that deal with corrective actions or measures. There are other implications that are set out in the Brown Act too. So those are serious matters.
Now, does that only go to the one board member, or does those letters go to the whole board?
To the whole board.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes to the whole board.
Mr. Romo, could you possibly, for understanding purposes, can you provide an example of that?
Sure.
A
sure.
made-up example, obviously.
Okay. Well, I'll use as an example the court case that really started the whole issue of serial communication.
Great.
It involved a city, and the city council, members of the city council were meeting at a restaurant, not at the same time, because they knew that there were problems if a quorum of the city council was meeting at the same time without it being a posted meeting. So what they were doing is that they were meeting with the city manager, and the city manager was one by one having a cup of coffee with a member of the city council. They were coming in every half hour. So they were not there. They were not there at the same time. But what the city manager was doing was then sharing the information that he had received from one of the city council members who was sharing, this is how I will go on this issue. Can you check with other council person? So what was happening is that, and what was the problem that the court had with this, is that the public didn't know what the nature of the discussion, the deliberations that were taking place at the council level, because none of this was happening in their view at a council meeting. So the court said, cannot do that, because you are sharing information. It's the sharing of facts is considered part of the deliberative process. And if you are deliberating on how you're going to decide a issue, then that is clearly against the spirit of the Brown Act, where you're supposed to post, you're supposed to have meetings in public, you're supposed to deliberate, you're supposed to take action on an item, and the public is not seeing that. So what happened was that the legislature, we call it, codified that decision in the Brown Act. And so now, because of social media and other means of communication, now serial communication is specifically discussed in the Brown Act, and that includes texting between board members. It includes telephone conversations between board members, emails between board members, all for the purpose of arriving at some type of consensus on an issue outside of a board meeting. So whereas it started with people coming in and out of the restaurant and having a cup of coffee with the city manager, it has now gone into other means of communication that we're familiar with. And again, the problem with if that happens and decisions are made on a particular issue, you have to correct that, meaning that you have to actually bring it to a board meeting and now have that deliberation. That action that may have been taken, meaning the consensus reached on an issue, is void. Cannot be used as the basis for going forward. You now have to bring it back to a board meeting. One other thing I wanted to make sure that the board is clear on, particularly as it relates to our policy making, bylaws, and creation of regulations. It's rare that your policies or your bylaws cover everything. It's rare. You'd have a book like this. You probably already do in terms of your policies are concerned. What the law says, the Education Code provides a board with significant powers to adopt policies, and those turn into regulations and bylaws, so long as they're not inconsistent with the law. And you can take action on matters, again, that may not be covered in your policies or your bylaws. So long as they're consistent with the law, you have the power to do that. So not everything that you're going to be dealing with is going to be covered by a policy or regulation or bylaw. But that doesn't mean that you can't act. Because again, this particular code section that's included within the Education Code instills in the board or authorizes the board to take action on any matter, so long as it's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not inconsistent with the law. And that's pretty important. And it also says in the legislation that that particular provision will be construed liberally. You hardly ever find anything like that in a statute. Basically, what it says is a board has carte blanche to deal with issues that aren't already dealt with in law, policy, or bylaws. Okay, and again, that's something that you make sure that you're doing things right, but you do have pretty broad powers in that respect. Questions? Other questions?
I just have one last question. You mentioned on slide 11, individual trustees' responsibilities. It says maintain civility and professionalism in your discourse during open session and in closed session. So let's just assume or just make a scenario that if something were to happen in closed session where someone is not being civil or what have you, the board member feels harassed, what would be the process for the board member to take to make sure that it doesn't reoccur and there's hopefully no lawsuit or what have you? Mm-hmm. What would be the steps? I'm just being proactive, thinking proactively.
My experience has been in those types of circumstances, if we're called in as counsel to assist with that matter, is to prepare a letter on behalf of the rest of the board, which cites to usually board bylaws, to materials like the CSBA materials that I'm referring to here, and say that these are the bylaws, these are the rules under which we govern ourselves, and so there's an expectation that all members of the board, all staff will follow suit. So that step has been taken. There are other steps that are probably more challenging to take, but that usually corrects and seems to be sufficient for dealing with issues.
Because though we agree to disagree, we still have to act with professionalism, cordial, whether we agree with the person or not.
If you look at any, and to answer your question, if you look at any of the materials that are written about governance bodies, and it doesn't necessarily apply only to school districts, the same would be true with respect to any elected position, that's a key. That's a key to be successful.
Mr. Romo, just a clarifying question. The board has a protocol that information that a board member receives, all board members receive, and that has always been the protocol and practice. That doesn't constitute in any way a serial meeting because it's not anything that they're taking action upon. It's just information that's being shared with all board members.
Right. And along that same vein, there are occasions where our office is asked to provide an opinion letter on a particular subject that all board members should be made aware of. So we'll prepare that, send that out. And so long as board members aren't picking up the phone and talking about that opinion letter that Mr. Romo just wrote, how do you feel about it? So long as that's not happening, my communication to the board in that form is going to be okay. The same is true, because this is another exception to the serial communication. Because when the law was changed and the serial communication prohibition was included, it caused a lot of concern with governing boards, because does the receipt of information, for example, from the superintendent that goes to all board members, is that considered some type of serial communication that's in violation of the law? And the Brown Act now says, no, you can have a conduit of information. One person is providing it all out to the board. And so long as there's not an exchange going back and forth between board members, then that's not going to be a problem. So that's important to understand, because you do receive a lot of information from superintendent, on occasion from council.
Any other questions? Comments? Thank you, Mr.
Actually, I do have a comment. Thank you, Board Member De Leon, for asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Romo.
You're welcome. There's more of this later.
Okay. So board members, I have asked Mr. Romo to assist us with our bylaws revision. Once we receive this month a copy of the review from CSBA on the policies that need to be revised, and we will move forward with hopefully some dates that work for all the board members so that we can work on revising the bylaws. That's where we are. The next presentation, board members, is on an overview of the LCAP 2019-20. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Stark.
All right. Good evening, President Gomez, members of the board, executive cabinet, and esteemed audience. And I'll be joined with Renee Jeffrey this evening. And my purpose and goal tonight is to provide a brief overview of the LCAP 2019-20, as this is an evening when we're having a public hearing on the LCAP. And just to preface my comments, some of this information you've already seen. We reviewed much of it at a recent study session, but we did want to make it available as part of the public hearing as well. So the purpose of the presentation is to review key services in the LCAP's 4 goals, And again, this is the plan for next year. And also to highlight how we've solicited feedback and input from parents, from teachers, from schools, and from students, and to talk about some next steps in the approval process. So what informs the LCAP? We do use multiple kinds of information to analyze how the services that we're providing are working, what we should change, and what needs to be added, and we do make revisions each year. One of the sources of information is state indicators, and these are our state tests, and also other state data like suspension rates and absenteeism rates. We rely very heavily on results from surveys because we administer surveys to all of our schools and to all of our students in grades 5, 7, and 12, and this year we added Odyssey High School. And we also survey all of our parents. And we also get input from, and feedback from our committees. And Renee is here, and she'll be joining me to talk about those committees in just a minute. And then we always look at local needs and district priorities. So I'm going to ask Renee to talk a little bit about our committees, and we do have some committee members here this evening that we want to acknowledge as well.
So yes, we have 3 committees that provide input. The first committee is our DLAC, also acting as our English Learner Parent Advisory Committee, or ELPAC. And that's composed mainly, mainly of parents of English learners. We have 2 parents from each school representing that committee. The next committee is our Parent Advisory Committee, or our PAC. And we have 1 parent from each school represented in the PAC. And that's composed of a majority of EL students as well as low income and foster youth. That way that we can get the full the group of parents that represent our students that are represented in the LCAP. And then we have our LCAP committee, and that is composed of all district departments as well as grade levels, schools, as well as different parents. And we do have 40 participants on our LCAP committee. And we did ask our LCAP committee to join us today, and many of them were not able to be here, but we do have quite a few people. So if you are a part of our LCAP committee, if you could just really quickly stand up.
They're still here.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I threw an extra meeting at them this year as well as this meeting. So these are truly, truly dedicated people. Okay. So our LCAP committee, who is on the LCAP committee? As I mentioned, we do have teachers. We try to represent all grade levels as well as a variety of schools. We have counselors. We have our association representatives, both for CSEA as well as TAP. We do have site administrators as well as various departments from our district office staff, as well as some parents and board members. Our last LCAP committee, as I said, I sprung that one on them. So this is some of our small but mighty last meeting. It's usually much better attended, but these people were able to make it to, like I said, one extra meeting this year. So I really do appreciate all of the hours that you've put into this. And our 2 parent committees are ELPAC as well as our PAC. These are the parents that are represented on these committees as well. Okay.
Thank you. So as we discussed in the past, our LCAP has 4 goals, and here they are. They're big, broad goals, and each goal contains services and actions that we implement to meet the needs of our students and make school better. Goal 1 is to support academic progress and behavior, assess performance. It's our largest goal. It does have a total of 19 actions included, and you can see some of them are listed here. It's both the wide and deep in what it tries to achieve. It addresses academics, it addresses the arts, it addresses behavior and attendance. And these are actions that continue in Goal 1. Goal 2 is to promote a college-going culture, and all the things that you see on board agendas that have to deal with the high school providing more experiences at high school to prepare students for college. You can see Goal 2 has 8 actions, and they're listed here. All of our CTE programs, our career technical education programs, are included in Goal 2. And you can see the amount that's allocated for the amount of funds allocated for each goal at the bottom. Goal 3 is how are we implementing state standards and assessments? What are we doing in terms of our academic program? And this goal has about 8 actions as well. You can see the funding there. Almost all of our professional development comes from this goal. Library books. And Goal 4 is what we call basic services, which is just how are we supporting our schools with the basics of maintaining good facilities, clean facilities, up-to-date facilities, and also our core textbooks. And you can see much of the funding for Goal 4 comes from base funds, since these are basic services. So how do we provide access and communication to the LCAP? We have posted the draft plan. It's still a draft. Starting May 12th, it was posted on our website, and we also on that same day sent a hard copy to every school. We also sent a phone message in English and Spanish to every parent, informing them how they could view the plan either on the website or at their school, and how they could provide feedback. So this is a screenshot of our own district website. And you can see that there's a description of what the plan is, and parents can click on right to the plan and view it from here. And there's also a statement on every school site website that links them to this district website. So even if I go to my school site website, Lincoln School, I can still see how it will get me here. We also, of course, because we include everything in Spanish and English, the same message is in Spanish on the website. And then this is the brief survey. This is just a screenshot of the survey that's posted on the website, where we ask parents or community members, whoever responds, what is your role? And then also you can see question 2, what suggestions, additions, deletions, revisions would you make to the goals, actions, and services in the plan? And I reference the pages, because that is the heart of the new plan. And then there's an opportunity for them to write their response. And as of this morning, we checked, we had received 1 completed response. One person had responded. There were no suggestions, though, just 1 response. But we do check it on a regular basis. And then the same question in Spanish.
The one that you received, was it in Spanish or English?
It was in English.
Okay.
With an employee.
Thank you.
So in terms of timeline and next steps, we're having our public hearing this evening, and then we will approve or submit the plan for approval at our next board meeting. And then within 5 days of the board approving it, we must have it submitted to LACO for approval. And again, I'd like to thank our LCAP committee for coming tonight and showing their support. We appreciate your participation.
Will we get a copy with all the revisions, or?
Yes, you will. You'll get a final copy, which will come close to the next, prior to the next board meeting when it's
Okay.
approved.
Thank you.
Federal funding requirements?
All right.
Okay, good evening, Board President Gomez, members of the school board, Dr. Perez, executive cabinet, and guests again. So this evening, I'm going to go over federal funding requirements. Okay. So I just have a few slides. And so the first thing that we will go over is the purpose of federally funded programs. I'll go over the documents that must be submitted in order to receive federal funding, because always money is attached to many rules, and then review the timeline and next steps. Okay. So as you know, we receive funding from the state as well as the federal government. On the state side, we just talked about the LCAP, but under local control funding formula, or LCFF, We have our base funding in addition to our supplemental and concentration grant funding. And then there are some other smaller pots of state funding sources. On the federal side, they're not so creative in their names. So we have Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. And then there are some other federal funding sources as well. Okay. So Paramount Unified, our district, we do apply for funding from the federal government under all four of those, Title I, II, III, and IV. Title I is for closing the achievement gap. Okay, that's basically it, to help our students that are considered disadvantaged. Title II is what I usually think of as professional development. So it's preparing and training and recruiting high-quality teachers, but also principals and other school leaders. Title III is really focused on our English language learners, okay? Their academic achievement as well as their language acquisition, okay? And then Title IV is newer or reinstated, and that's for student support and academic enrichment grants. In the past, there was a very large document called the LEA plan, okay, Local Education Agency Plan. And a lot of it was the same information as well as some different information that was in other documents. Okay, so it was very repetitive and redundant. And so lately, the California Department of Ed, the CDE, is working so that things are more aligned and we don't have to keep spinning our wheels and saying the same thing over and over again. And in that effort, they have decided that there are parts of the LCAP federal addendum, which is new, as well as the consolidated application that can be looked at together in order to receive these funds, the federal funds. And I'm going to go over that right now. So basically, the CDE has said, you know, once your LCAP is approved, there are sections in that LCAP that you don't have to repeat in order to receive these federal funds. That if it's approved, then we know it's well written in these areas, so we don't have to have you rewrite that. So if we have an approved LCAP, portions of that are used for federal funding purposes also. The LCAP federal addendum, that is a separate document that describes how we will be using Title I, II, III, and IV supplemental programs, okay, and how it supports the LCAP as well as the district goals, okay? And the consolidated application, it provides the formulas like for different student groups, the amount, so that it helps the CDE determine how much money we're going to receive under each of those grants, okay? And all of these are submitted online. The LCAP, as Dr. Stark mentioned, is submitted to LACO, and then the federal addendum as well as the consolidated application, or you might hear me when I get real lazy, call it the CONAP. Consolidated application is also known as the CONAP. Both of those are online submissions, but to the California Department of Ed, to the CDE. That does not go to LACO. Okay. So Dr. Stark went over some of this already. Our LCAP, we have our public hearing this evening. We are presenting to the board on June 24th for approval, and then by the 29th will be submitted to LACO. For the addendum, as well as the consolidated application, we are bringing those to board on June 24th, and then submitting to the CDE shortly after on the 30th or by the 1st. Okay. And that's it. Short and sweet.
Thank you.
Questions?
Great, thank you.
Our final presentation is a review of the water dispensers and testing procedures per law that we are required to do. I asked Mr. Frutos to provide us with an update on where we are with regard to abiding by the requirements of this new law.
And then do you want to introduce the other item also now?
Well, let's do this one first.
Okay, no problem at all. Good evening, Board of Education members, Dr. Perez, Board President Gomez, colleagues of Executive Cabinet, and guests. We spoke with you some time ago about water testing regulations in California and also about our water dispenser initiative. And I'm happy to bring you the results of all this today. To give you a little bit of background, there's Assembly Bill 746 that mandated that on or before July 1 of this year, we were directed to test the water quality of all our schools, which has been done. The standards were developed by federal and state agencies. Our staff work in partnership with the various water districts. As you know, we serve multiple communities, so we work with the various districts, and the testing results were received and reviewed with the water districts, and the results have all been positive, meaning that we met all the required standards. So we're very pleased with the results. We were obligated to perform just one test. Instead, to proceed with as much caution as possible, the district, working with the water districts and our consultants, chose to perform multiple tests. The testing name is water drawing and flush testing. That assured that our results were technically stronger and more conservative in case there are questions, at any time in the future, because this doesn't happen very often. Yes.
Would you explain the difference between those two, water draw?
Absolutely. So water draw is when you literally draw water from one of our systems, from one of our faucets, and the consultants selected various locations. A flush testing is when you actually let water run in a flush and then collect as that is happening.
Thank you.
We used also a more concentrated sampling. And that is where my technical knowledge begins to fail. All I can tell you is that we did more than one simple test. This was not only more conservative, but it was done in such a way that when the labs received the information, the chances of not having enough sampling were just not there. We got results for everything, and I will show you those in a minute. In addition to it, we are proceeding with our bottle filling station initiative. This is the actual model. The board had as well. We've seen them in a couple of places. What do they look like? They look like this. They are filtered, they are cooling, and they're very efficient. Our goal is to have 2 or more per campus by the end of this summer. We started the testing of these devices some time ago. The board has access to all the features and the construction. So how do the results look? Before we move to questions, let me show you what we chose to do. One of the important things is all this needs to be published. So if you go to the district's environmental page, and as you remember, we have this page that shows us environmental resources, air quality issues, water quality, and as Ms. De Leon mentioned, vector control and our mosquito issues. Under water quality, you now see the results for each one of our locations. And if I can take you to a couple of them, let's look at Jefferson, for example. It shows you the complete results of the testing, when the testing was done, what our water district is, the location, when the testing occurred, and what the results are. The results, if you see them, are in microliters, and we were from what we understand, the threshold is 15 of these units per billion. Most of our sites were in the decimals, not even 1 unit per billion when we could get to 15. However, we are very interested in having the cleanest water possible, so we will continue working with our consultants to do as much testing regularly as possible. I'll show you a couple of other sites. For example, if I go to Words.
How often is regularly?
Well, it's not defined. The law mandated that we did it now.
Correct.
They are not coming back and saying you have to do it every 5 years or every 10 years. Our goal in working with our consultants is to start creating a plan and every few years come back and redo testing, especially as we do construction projects, because we are going to be touching a lot of our sites, which allows us an opportunity to do that, to continue testing. And in addition to that, we are going to be installing these water filter systems, the the bottle units that I mentioned. So we have an ambitious plan. The state of California dictated that these 15 parts per billion was the threshold that they wanted to meet. By the way, we understand there are only 3 states in the entire nation that have that standard: Oregon, California, and I believe New York. There might be another one. So we are at the very top of water standards. But the Food and Drug Administration has a standard of, I believe, 5 parts per billion for bottled drinking water, the best water you can buy. We want our units that deliver water to our students to be in that range, to try to be below 5, which is very ambitious. Most of our sites already meet that criteria. And with the filters that we're going to install, it'll be even lower than that. So that's the goal. So we're meeting the criteria of the state by far, but our goal is to meet an even better criteria.
How often do we change the filters?
As needed. They actually have a meter that tells you. They are showing you in an LED display the gallons that are being used, and eventually it tells you that it needs to be replaced, kind of like your fridge does at home.
Okay.
The light comes on, switch it. Most people just reset it. So I'm going to show you one more site, and then back to the filters. So for example, if we look at P Park, you see again the amounts and the locations where all the testing was done. And again, we were required to do one at all our sites. We did multiple. So we have finished this process. All the information has both been presented in our website, presented to all the water districts, and now we're going to finalize the report to the state. And you can be assured that we met all the obligations of the law and then some. Because now with this back to our water systems, our water dispensing units, we want to make sure that these are available at all our locations, and those will far exceed the 15 parts per billion required by law. And I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Dr. Frutos, I actually would like a clarification. When you mean 15 parts, is that 15 parts or 0.15?
No, it's 15 parts per billion. It's,
okay.
PPB is a standard that the state of California, the federal water and all those, they created that standard. And they did it in 2 ways. They did it in microliters in parts per billion. They're almost similar from what we understand. What we wanted to make sure is how close. We didn't know when we started testing. Are we at 14, at 16? When we started seeing 1s, half, and in a couple of places 2s and 3s, we were very pleased that the water provided by our city and our own tubing systems more than meet the standards.
One comment and one question. The first question is, are those filters expensive?
The ones for water?
Yeah, the ones that we're going to replace
For
the machine.
The machines are somewhat pricey. They're around $1,000, if not a little more. The actual filters are very inexpensive, a couple of dollars, because we will be buying them in bulk.
My comment is, I think this is a wonderful thing because I know USC has them all throughout campus. So if we're going to put two each in every school, are we looking to increase it with time to every school?
We are going to come to you and ask you to do that. We just wanted to make sure we had them at every site near where people need water the most, the multipurpose room, there where when people are eating and they prefer water instead of any other beverage, that it was there, and then in another location. But if it's successful, we are beginning to test the usage on the ones that we have. We want to come back to you and say, this is working, can we do more? And
For clarification, the multipurpose room, the students have access to the multipurpose room.
Absolutely. So during lunch, if a student wants water, they can go bring their bottle. And it's also more environmentally friendly that it's a bottle refiller as opposed to using a different bottle every time you drink.
So then NPR is like a cafeteria, right, Dr. Ruth?
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct. Any other questions?
I just have a comment. First of all, I'm really thrilled to see something like this eco-friendly at our schools. I know at Alondra Middle School, where my daughter goes to that school, there is a faucet that I've seen that's very disgusting. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like not rusted, but I guess the hard water like tarnishes the steel, and then it has like green, like I don't know, something green's growing. I don't know how safe it is, but I mean, I'm glad that she takes water, and I'm sure she's going to be using this. So that's awesome. So my question would be like, what's the durability of the stainless steel? Because we know we all have hard water unless we have a filter that has a softener to soften it.
It is one of our biggest areas of concern. We actually had two choices. We had a plastic unit that is commonly used, by the way, not that big of a difference in price, and then the stainless steel unit, both made by similar companies. Pretty much they all look the same when they have the water filler in the middle, then the water dispenser with the press button on the side, and then some type of system to release the water. For whatever reason, people that fill bottles always appear to overfill, so there has to be a good drainage system. They all look the same. We chose the stainless steel because it does seem to have more durability than the plastic unit, especially when it's faced by the sun. So we had two concerns. One was the fact that the water, when it's hard, will begin to create the deposits that Ms. De Leon is talking about. In many cases, those are mineral deposits, not dangerous, but not appealing to look at or drink from. And these systems are filters, so hopefully it'll eliminate some of that.
Any other questions?
If there are no questions regarding this, I'd like to move on to have Mr. Frutos share something regarding security. So safety and security has been of great concern to some of our board members. As our board president shared, she had forums with parents. And there are a lot of things that we have in place, some of which we can talk about and some of which we cannot talk about due to the nature of it, such as the hidden cameras. But our board president did want people to know that we do have cameras installed in our schools without revealing exactly, where they are. And so Mr. Frutos will share a little information about that.
Pleased to do that. And again, good evening. Thank you for the questions. The security systems that the district has implemented over the last 3 to 5 years are varied. And you see some in almost every room. Just if you look to the exit on that door, there's a little unit hanging that looks like a little white microphone on top. We have a lot of sensory units within our district. We've installed them almost everywhere. That means that if you enter any of our facilities, there's a strong possibility there's a sensory unit, just being aware of a presence. In some cases, they're to address our environmental systems. Most of the time, they're to address security. Call that the first layer of our security in almost every room in the district. In addition to that, as you know, we are heavily alarmed. Most of our facilities are alarmed, and all that works in conjunction with another layer of security, which are our camera systems. We have installed 212 cameras in our district. What you see in the top half of this chart are the amount of cameras that we have at each one of our facilities. What you see at the bottom are the camera systems that are being installed or in planning right now. We work with a company that provides surveillance, analysis, and planning for us. And in some cases, when we request cameras, using, for example, PHS West, it says that we will have 25 there by the time we're done. Believe it or not, that was the first place where we tested our new long-range, high-definition cameras. We tested it there. It was there for a long time. Once the team realized that those cameras were good, they've been implemented in other places. The main goal of the camera systems have been entry points to our campuses. I was a little bit concerned about how to present that. So we're going to very quickly show you 3 pictures. Those probably will not go on the web. This might. But that's one of our schools. It's not identified, but it doesn't take a rocket science to find out which one it is. And if you see the pink areas, those are the areas that are covered by our camera systems. They are in a lot of different locations. They can be on a post, they can be on a wall, they can be in different places, but they are all connected to our central system that our security system and the police have access to. Last year, we created a command post that's portable that our superintendent, in case of an emergency, would be able to deploy for any emergency we have, and it would have access to all our camera systems at one time. Obviously, not all at once, because the image would be microscopic, but multiple cameras in any one location for a specific emergency. another campus. As you can see, they're strategically placed so that they're not on top of buildings, but they cover the perimeter and most of the entry points at our locations. And finally, one more school, and I believe this is a secondary school. This school is rather large and a long, narrow type of perimeter. We are still looking at more cameras to be added to this school. As you can see, there are a couple of areas that still need some coverage. But by and large, when we finish at a site, the cameras cover most of the outside perimeter of the school, especially entry points. That's basically the information on some of our security systems. We have others, but these are the ones that the board had asked about, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
I do have a question, and I know I talked to Dr. Perez about it, but the main concerns of the parents that I've heard are restrooms. I see that those are covered, and I'm assuming that those cameras cover restrooms, but there has to be a system where, and I don't have the solution. I mean, we have to work collaboratively to find the solution. But it was sad for me to see a parent almost crying to say that her child was a very good student at the school, but doesn't want to go use the restroom because they're afraid because things happen in the restroom, like, doing drugs or with somebody waiting for probably to beat someone up or something. And that there to me is really, really sad, because if you have a good student, you want them to continue. They're there to get an education, not to be afraid. So I don't know the solution. I don't think you probably know it right now at the top of your head, but if we can all come together and try to see what better we can do for our schools.
And I was there at your meeting, which we all felt, a sense of frustration when you hear somebody say that. And I'll use the example of this facility. Sure. We have a significant amount of security in this facility for a variety of reasons. Like every school, there's precious cargo. There's staff. There are students that come here. So just like every other one of our locations, we try our best to secure. But if you go to the restrooms that are outside the administrative area, it's portable. The restrooms are facing the parking lot. There technically is no security that we can install in there. So if somebody goes in there and does something, and I'm using our office as an example because you can then translate it anywhere else. Part of our challenge, especially after hearing that conversation that day, is to now we are going to be talking to our experts to see what recommendations do you have for certain locations. We know that, for example, we do not put cameras inside classrooms, but we do put cameras in parking lots, and we put cameras in other locations. So that conversation will continue, and we will come back to the board with some ideas that the security people give us over the next few months. We have a lot of more cameras to install. In some locations, we want to move as quickly as possible. But the idea of having indoor locations where things can happen is something that resonates with us too. And we want to ask those questions. Obviously, our superintendent, more than anybody in this district, has been very much in the forefront of let's increase security. And it's been very good because it's created kind of an open door to come up with ideas to better secure our locations. But I think we're all thinking the same thing, Ms. Gomez. We want to come up with something that can help us. But there are places, because of a variety of reasons, where placing a camera would be inappropriate at this point.
But there are other things that we can explore, and we will explore and come back to the board and share some of those as we begin the new year. Because we do have a district safety committee that we meet occasionally during I don't know, it's quarterly that we meet. And then we also meet at the school every Monday at the high school. Every Monday there's a safety meeting, and the individuals who attend that safety meeting are principals, as well as Lieutenant Barragon and some other lieutenants, and Jesse Flores, our director of security. And we discuss the things that are taking place have taken place during the week, and we come up with systems and a lot has been generated from those meetings in terms of ideas for implementation to enhance security. One of them that was worked on was our whole procedure for the high school graduation, for the safety of parents and everyone. That last year was the first year of implementation because of all the traffic that was involved in. Imagine, we are the largest high school in the state. Paramount High School is, and when you have a graduation that big and limited parking space, it's a security issue. So it comes in all, keeping our parents safe, pedestrians safe, students safe, et cetera. But this committee has also been helpful, and having heard some of our parents share ideas, at these open forums, we will definitely engage in conversation this summer and see what changes we can continue to make to provide some more coverage, in our schools, in addition to our restrooms.
Thank you.
And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. Did you want Romo to come now?
Yes, Mr. Romo, the Madam President and I were speaking about setting a board date for a follow-up to the superintendent's evaluation. The board is working with facilitators from AALRR, and they need to set a special meeting again to finalize it. However, the contract states that by June 30th, this has to be conducted. In the past, if we went over June 30th, I would provide a release to the board to allow them to do that. Just want to clarify if that is a legal option, so the board members can hear that.
Yes, it's a modification of the employment agreement, so it's something that can be entered into. I suggest signed off by board president and yourself.
May I just clarify that it states that if we go beyond June 30th, the contract is automatically renewed for an extra year, and that has at least myself as a new board, a new board member, new president. When we saw that, and we're stuck in a time limit right now, because we have two weeks before June 30th, and that's like a crunch, I guess, for all of us. My question to Dr. Perez was, we have to get this done before June 30th. If not, your contract's going to be automatically renewed, and I don't think that should happen right now. So she mentioned to me, so I wanted to clarify with you so it could go online so all our constituents can see too, the ones that are watching, the ones that are here, that if we do say we want to meet in July, that clause is voided.
You should have an agreement on that as well. Yes, that should be part of any release of time.
Linda, are you saying something?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, it sounded like something moving there, so
Just so that we cover both issues, yes.
Okay.
You should address both.
in writing, and you
Yeah.
will sign it too?
I can sign it as to form.
Okay.
The
And
agreement is between the board and Dr.
And I would like the board, if they have any questions, any comments on this regarding if we do go into July, we're in agreement that clause is going to be.
No, and this has happened before. Sometimes, time just gets away from boards. And we've done this before, not just with Dr. Ruth, but with other superintendents. And it's just
Right.
allowing
As
an
long as we've
extension.
already started, as long as we've already started, we have gone over, and it hasn't been any problem at that time.
So typically, when would you start the process, so we're not always in a crunch?
I think we have it probably mentioned in the employment agreement as to when the process normally starts. In terms of, you're talking about gathering the information, surveying the board, in terms of the evaluation, getting together as a board, preparing something. That usually is identified within the employment agreement. I don't know whether or not we did that or not. Dr. Perez, if you know.
I don't think it's stated.
I'll consult the
It's
agreement.
usually May and June.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's typically when it would happen. A couple months before the end of the year.
Okay, so probably next year we can start a little earlier, because I
Yeah.
think this time we started super late and we're in a crunch time and expected to get this all done by June 30, and there's no possible way. So I just wanted to clarify so that way the board knows, because I don't want any
And I think it's understandable, given the fact that the board has just come on relatively soon. You had a whole lot of other things to be doing. To extend the time under these circumstances, I don't see that to be an issue.
Okay. So if we could
Again,
just
we
have
should
your,
have something in writing just to
right,
make
and
sure
if we
that
can
we're
have
all
your
on the same
signature,
page.
that'll be great.
Okay.
And that
I
it's
can prepare
provided,
that.
is provided to all the board.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other questions before we go on? All right, you continue? You're done,
No,
or-
no, no.
okay. Okay, thank you everyone for doing that. Now we're going to go to the next, now we're going to the board calendar. Any additions to or changes to the regular meeting and/or special meeting calendar will be discussed. I don't think there's any, but do you know of any, Dr. Perez? Any other board members? Nope. Okay, so we don't have to vote on that because there's none to discuss.
I did have a question. I think, Madam President, did you want us to send dates that we were available for the next meeting with the consultants about the evaluation? Were we supposed to send that to you or to the superintendent?
You're supposed to send that to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a
So-
reminder, so we need to do that.
Correct,
Okay?
correct.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that I'm not here, as you all know, the last week of June, so we can either do it one time next week, or we can do it the first week of July or second week of July, whichever we prefer. If you each want to send it to me, I'll make a list, and then we'll send out an email, or, I mean, I don't know if we can do it that way or not, or do we have to do it? Yeah, so each of you can send me your dates that you're available. I'll make a list, send it to all of you, and you guys can tell me which are you, just like I do at work. Do a meeting to everybody's availability. So, yes, thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Now we're going to the hearing section. Persons who are at the teleconferencing location shall state their name, address, optional, telephone number, optional, and subject prior to making their presentation. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a blue card located on the table at the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the hearing section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 3 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. The board cannot engage in public discussion during this portion of the agenda, Government Code 54950 through 54963. Staff will follow up and address public inquiries. Those who have a group concerned are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 3 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. So we do have a couple. So the first one that we have is Sarah Patricia Hueso on school issues. She's still, oh yeah, say she's still here.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Patricia Wessel. I am a Lincoln parent. I'm also part of Social Eco Education. I'm part of C. And I am also here in regards to concerns regarding school issues. I wanted to thank the district for listening to us as parents. We've been talking about the possible testing for lead in our children's water. I find it interesting that, it's been several years now that I've noticed, because I live very close to here, that the district buys Sparkletts water for the district. Every 2 weeks, roughly, approximately, I notice that there's water deliveries here in the district. And my question is this, some of these pipes, some of these schools are so old that these children are drinking from these old water pipes, yet the district is, ordering water. And I know that teachers have to buy their own water. So we really need to address this. Also, I just did a report in regards to the detrimental health effects for children in regards to high levels of lead. High levels of lead can contribute to learning disabilities, low IQ. There's a lot of issues that happen when there's high concentrations of lead. So, and then I wanted to talk about the flushing policy, which is actually running the tap for 30 seconds, which brings back the lead level to the normal limit. But once that is shut off, the lead levels rise again. So that is a concern to me. Also, water with lead levels at or below 15 parts per billion can still increase lead concentration in children's blood. And just in terms of time, as a parent and community member, I want to know what authorized lab certified and conducted the lead testing. I also noticed that on EdSource, your test results are not there yet, so I would like PUSD to please put your results on there as well, so it's easy to find. And I wanted to commend some of our board members for trying to make a change for our children in this district. For the rest of you, we're watching you. We're watching what you do, not what you say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next one will be Adrian Herdian Alvarez regarding the LCAP.
Getting nervous here. Should have went to law school. One of the things that gets too often sidestepped, forgotten, is that the district includes the parents. In the preamble of the Brown Act, it says that the people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which govern them. Ultimately, parents are sovereign in any district. Often, when there's legal counsel, it's to help board members deal with all kinds of laws, as it was presented right now. But parents are left to their own, not knowing how to navigate the system. In an abstract, ideal situation, everybody that gets elected means well. Everybody that becomes superintendent, staff, are good people and are here for the students and the parents. But in practice, too often, that is not the case. There is corruption. There are people that take advantage of districts for their own personal situations. You can look at what happened recently in Centinela Valley, for example, where the superintendent ended up paying himself like $650,000 with the approval of the board. There are lawyers themselves that like to perpetuate their service, and they go from different boards and get contracts. So my point is, in the LCAP, one of the most important things that the people, as they're fighting for justice, as they're fighting for their rights as parents of students, we managed to secure the right for parental engagement. The LCAP was generated because parents are often excluded. Now, parental engagement does not mean showing up to a meeting. Parental engagement does not mean rubber stamping what the superintendent or any board member tells a parent to sign. Parental engagement means engaging the community on a long process and really empowering them to make decisions. Too often, parents get manipulated into just rubber stamping what administrators tell them what to do. As evidence for today, it's sad that parents are missing. And when you look at the representation of the parents, it's like 10-1. It's mostly staff. So I think that if we were to evaluate the board, the superintendent, we will get an F on parental engagement, and we have to do way, way better than what we have right now. Empowerment is something that a lot of people are afraid of, but you got elected through a vote of the community to empower the community. That means that we're here to make decisions. And don't forget that the district are the parents and will always be the parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian. Next person to speak is Chanel Pittman regarding term limits.
Oh, okay. Didn't know. It's a reflex. I'll keep this as brief as I can because I know you guys are tired. I learned so much on the Brown Act in this meeting that I appreciate the length of the meeting. Thank you so much for that information. Found it really useful. I am sitting here to speak to you as someone whose relatives go to school in this district who cares about what happens in general. I listened a couple of times while I was paying attention the entire time. I'm just a millennial, so sometimes I look at my phone, but I'm listening. I was listening to people stating it would be great, and I hear it a lot, these meetings need to be live streamed. This needs to happen to make it so that parents can engage more. And I'm thinking about it. We have in a lot of our districts, in Paramount, in LA, USD, other places, where you have board members that have been sitting there for 20, 30, 15 years. And while I know there's a lot of experience that comes from that time, in my experience looking at people that have been involved in government agencies or entities for 30, 40, 50 years, some of them are really resistant to new ideas and change and a slight change in how things are done, even when that means things are more effective and efficient. I know that there are people here that care. Everyone on that board gives a darn. But I worry because there are opportunities for improved system change to make things more effective that get missed because some people are very stuck in how they believe things should be because they've been doing it that way for 10, 15, 30 years. In order to move and change with the communities as they move and change, I think it's important for a board like this one to consider term limits because as the community grows and as new technologies advance, it's important for the people on the board to know how to adapt to that so that we're not in a position here in this particular wonderful school district where there are missed opportunities to help students because people didn't think to, say, encourage students with special needs with their own sort of, day to provide their achievements, because I know there's a typical way of how things are done where that's not considered. Little things like that. When you get new blood into your systems, if the people care as much as you guys all do, if the next crop of school board members care as much as you do, a term limit isn't a bad thing. I don't know what the term limit should be, but I think it should exist so that people can rise up and keep the community here. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, Chanel. Next is Cesar Flores.
So I have a question for the board and the superintendent. Can you guys list two things, specifically the superintendent, that former board member Garcia has done to acquaint herself with matters pertaining to education and the duties of responsibility as a board member? I'm guessing, since she's been absent for so long, there hasn't been anything that she's done. So according to Paramount Bylaws 9004, the board member Garcia has to do that. She has to be acquainted with the matters that are going on. She's been absent. I don't believe board member Garcia presented a report during this meeting. And I was very concerned in our last board where I attended UCLA, and I did not find the agenda posted. And so I think that's a violation of the Brown Act. And I'm really wondering who's creating this board policy, because the teleconferencing, I think it has to be approved by the board. And so my question to the superintendent is, who approved to allow Ms. Garcia to teleconference? I remind you, you are not part of the board. You are the superintendent.
Linda?
It was posted, and it's posted this time.
Oh, it was posted and it's
I
posted.
have a picture.
Yes, it was. It was posted.
Anyway, well, I have sufficient
Today it's
evidence.
posted.
I have sufficient evidence that it was not posted.
I took a picture. It is posted.
You were present at the board?
I was there and took a picture.
Really interesting. Because as far as I'm concerned, you were here present, not over there. So I'm wondering why Board Member Garcia is absent for so long. Evidently, Board Member Garcia is unable to perform her duties as a board member, and that's in accordance to Policy 9222, Section 1. Furthermore, according to the California Legislature, Section Code 54953, Section B3, the body, which is a local agency, is in charge of electing teleconferencing. So I asked myself, who allowed Board Member Garcia to teleconference if it was not the board? Obviously, the board didn't elect the teleconferencing. And I'm concerned because according to Attorney Romo, no single board member has the authority to commit the district. Therefore, objective.
Your time is over.
Thank you.
Caesar, time's over. Thank you, Caesar. Next one would be Rodolfo Barragan. He's not here? Okay. Is there anybody there, Board Member Garcia, at your location?
No, I have nobody here with a green card.
Okay, thank you.
If we could get the addresses of these individuals that speak, we'd be happy to provide a response.
Sure. So if the speakers would like to come up, if they want a response back from the board, we need their addresses so we can send them the letters. So the blue cards are here. If not, you won't get a response. Say it again, I'm sorry? She's this young lady. I believe you made a comment and not a question. Is that correct? Or no, I understand that. But when you came up to give your comment, I believe you gave a comment and not a question. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means the board does not have to respond to your comment. It's just questions. No, I appreciate you clarifying, appreciate you asking. Anybody else? Caesar, do you want to provide it? Adrian, you want to provide it? Sarah, you want to provide it? Okay. That's fine. Okay, you can do it after the meeting. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, appreciate it. So it's no show. Okay. Thank you all speakers. Appreciate you coming up and voicing your opinion.
Oh, thank you.
And now we're going to the consent items. These items are considered routine and may be enacted by a single motion. Any items needing discussion may be moved to the appropriate section of the agenda upon the request of any member of the board. May I have a motion for the consent items?
I'll move.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Linda Garcia made the second. Any comments or discussion?
I have lots of comments and questions.
So I'll let you go first because I do have some too. So go ahead, Board Member De Leon, with your questions.
On page 50,
Hold on, let us get to 50.
51,
Okay.
I noticed that, are you on the page? Sorry.
Yes.
I noticed not only on this agenda, but last board meeting agenda on May 13th, I noticed that there's a lot of resignations in special education as to instructional assistant. So to me, that brings a red flag. We don't want our people to leave. So what are we doing obviously wrong that people are leaving? So I'm worried about that. I'm also concerned on page 51, there's an employee who is an instructional assistant, but instead of resignation due to like personal, it just says the end of assignment. So I'm thinking it's like an end of a contract. So if we have more than 6 individuals resigning, would the district offer employment, or we just start the process again and just rehire?
Dr. Morales, would you address those?
Sure. Typically, folks that fill in for our special education.
Can you get a little closer to your microphone? Thank you.
Typically, people who serve in these roles are in college. So we do see at the end of a semester, these folks might roll over into substitutes. Their schedules might change, or they might seek other employment. So it's not uncommon for once students either graduate or have a change in schedule to have them resign. Dr. Spelker, is there anything else that you can add to any of these specifics?
It's a pattern that consistently occurs at the end of the year.
And you might see some of these same names come in and hired as substitutes since they've obtained their BA, because to have this position, you need to have 2 years of college. So they're already on their way to a degree. So it is normally what happens as they obtain their degrees, either in education, they might come work for us, or get a job in the field for which they were studying.
So we're looking at hiring individuals then that are mainly college students that will typically leave us.
The requirement is that you have 2 years of college to have this job. So that's generally who hold these positions.
I would ask that any staff member in the audience, if you are going to speak, please come to the microphone, because since we're being taped, so that the audience that's going to listen later can hear.
And then typically these jobs or these positions, they have how many hours, and do they come with benefits?
Generally, they're 3 hours and they're without benefits.
Okay, so not a typical mother could get this job because they wouldn't be able to support a family, they wouldn't have any benefits, so there's really nothing beneficial for maybe perhaps a parent that's working, low income. We're just looking at students with the college-bound students.
We do have individuals, as long as they meet the requirement of education. And sometimes this is a stepping stone for other positions. So if they have the 2 years of college but are interested in working, some might pursue a clerical position for more hours. That would be benefits, but our threshold for benefits come at 4 hours.
Okay, so I know the lady in the back mentioned that on a yearly basis, this is something like customary, like people just like leave us.
It's not a long-term position. From the veteran employee a celebration you saw, we generally keep long-term. This is generally a transition starting position that folks might go into our clerical positions. They might become part of our teaching or substitute pool as well.
It concerns me because as a mother and just an advocate for students with special needs, I would want consistency. I would want to build relationships with the people that help them. I know that when I was a classroom assistant, I didn't see people dropping every year. It was the same people. And now that I am a teacher, I still see them in their same positions. Of course, they're working at least 6 hours with benefits. So there's something that attracts people to stay. And I'm really concerned for students with autism because we know that they want someone that's going to be there perhaps year after year, that knows them, and that could help them, especially if there's behavior issues. And then there's, again, a new person, new training, or perhaps there's no training because we know that, oh, well, they're just going to leave. Why train them? So I'm really concerned. I want to see what can we do better.
Right, and I'll point out, it's a small percentage of the number of folks that we do employ in these positions. We do have a large pool that do serve, and we do have some long-term people that serve in these positions that are looking for that. But we do have recent graduates that come back, serve in these positions, and then come to teach for us. I was an instructional aide, as you were, and then we become teachers. So our time as instructional aides is limited until we get our degree. But we will look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I believe you had another question about end of assignment.
Yes.
Would you address that, Dr. Morales?
Assistant.
Good evening. So at the end of an assignment for short-term positions, some people just decide they're not returning. The short-term position may be for a one-on-one student. So then therefore the assignment has ended if they so choose not to work with another student.
So my concern is if they're working one-on-one, I would hate to assume, but I would wish that they're trained. So then if they're trained, especially on applied behavior analysis, then it's like our investment, we're losing our investment. So I would really like to see just overall, if we could have, because I've seen employees that are trying to work their 3 hours and trying to really strive to get extra hours when they come across extra hours, but they are told that they have to reach only a certain amount of hours before then they are considered to receive benefits. And so then we're like, ugh, we can't move through. So I just wish, in the government system that we would just have insurance for everyone, and this wouldn't be a conversation that we need to have, but that's.
So we can provide you information. We do provide ABA training for our aides, and so we can provide you some background in that, as well as terminations. Dr. Spelker, are those individuals that don't officially resign, they do not come back and
Correct.
let us know?
And we do reach out to them to make sure everything's okay, what's their plan, and if they don't get back to us after a certain amount of time, then we do need to end their assignment.
And then I guess my last question, and sorry to be asking a million questions, but the agenda's heavily, there's so much on the agenda. And for me, it takes to midnight, I will take to midnight, but I have to ask the questions and the hard questions because I care for my constituents and I care for our staff here. And I would just want to know, do we have, when any person from the district resigns, retires, do we collect any data that says, oh, I'm retiring because of this, but I love how you did X, Y, and Z, and you can prove on, these other items? Because I would like, for all of us to have kind of like an inventory of what we're doing right and what can we do better. So we don't ask our employees anything.
So sometimes when we care about our employees as well and develop very close relationships with them. So there are times when they're ending their employment that they're meeting with either Dr. Spelker or myself to say what the issue is. So we do collect data from that. A lot of the retirements are based on age, and there are times where an employee will set a meeting with us if they have something that they would like to share.
I just think it would be a great idea, and I don't want to, be, Mr. Romo's here. I don't want to be like, oh my God, this is the board that's trying to do everything, and I'm not trying to run as one person, but I'm just trying to think, and project. Okay, what would I want? What can we do different? If we have a survey, I know when I was in LA Unified, they did have a survey, and so then it was like, would you come back? What would you change? Just different things, and then we could look at that. So it's not something that you would just have, but we would have as a board.
I would like to piggyback on that with Board Member De Leon. Most employers do have a survey, an exit survey, whether it's anonymous or not, but at least to know why they're leaving. Either it's better wages, a lot of that time is that, but we can go down all sorts of questions that we would like on the survey just to get an idea of why are employees leaving our wonderful district. We actually want them to stay, not to leave. And if they're leaving, where are they leaving to? It's just like the university. When we offer scholarships and they deny it, we ask them a question: why are you denying it? Are you going to another university? And they will put there, I'm going to such university because of the cost. Well, we also need to get those data analysis.
It's called an exit interview or an exit survey that we can certainly, in paper, put in place for employees to fill out. I think what Dr. Morales' office does, actually, I'm sure that what they do is they sit down with the employees and talk to them, but in order to, because a lot of these employees, especially those that are retiring, you know them in our district. However, there is such a thing as an exit survey that you can put together, like a monkey survey type thing, or and give it to employees who are leaving and ask them for input on the district before they leave, and capture ideas for improvements or what they liked about the district, what they may not have liked about the district. And I think that may be what the board member is referring to, and that is very easy to put in place. I encourage it, actually, so we will definitely look into that.
And then on the Wednesday reports, if we do know the reason, because there is a part on the resignation, if it is, we provide it before every board meeting if we're aware, if they're moving out of town or if they've obtained a new degree. So
this is going a little beyond that, is what I'm hearing, which is, I'm not just moving, but, just get their input as they leave.
Because perhaps we could use, I don't know, I'm still new with the LCAP and all that, but that shows us like we collect data as to how we're doing well too. I don't want to look at it as just, oh God, it's a negative, one more negative thing. No, I want to see like, what is it that we're really doing well, and then applaud, all of us, especially the teachers who are in the trenches working really hard. And so then we go, okay, because sometimes when someone is either resigning or just terminating employment because of personal reasons or what have you, they could give us, they're like, well, they're not going to judge me. And, hopefully they give us something that really helps us.
Yeah.
And to piggyback on that also is these employees that are leaving or even retiring, do we ask them, do they want to come back and volunteer a couple of hours or be a mentee or be a mentor? Some of them don't, some of them probably do want to, something.
We do ask them that question.
But
yeah.
So
we will
take that
follow
as
up
well.
with some suggested questions to share with the board that we might be able to use moving forward as part of a written exit survey of our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, board member?
Thank you, board member.
Okay.
Sorry. On page 52, we talk about the flipping group capturing kids' hearts, which we know Jackson Middle School just received an award, and I'm really thrilled to hear that. So my question is, I know we're spending a certain amount of money, $49,500 to be exact, for ninth grade teachers from Paramount High campus. It's a 4-day of professional development. So my question would be, does the flippin', is it flippin'? Am I saying it right? 'Cause
Flippin',
I'm like,
flippin'.
okay, am I flipping? Okay. The flipping group, I feel like, well, if there's just a cost for, it doesn't matter how many employees, then it would just benefit us to train all employees. That way, everyone is trained and we're not coming back. And then, okay, here's another 50,000. And then 2 years later, hey, this decide it's a good program, another 50. I mean, do they charge by the person or how?
Or could they, I'm not too sure what state they're in, but Texas. So can they come here and train all the teachers at once instead of sending teachers little by little?
Sending, they're coming here.
Oh, coming here. Okay.
Dr. Smith, can you shed any information on this since it's ninth grade center?
Sure. They do base their quotes based on the number of participants in a particular school. So the more participants you have, because there's a ratio they try to maintain, so depending on the number, they send a different amount of trainers for it. So if you were interested in doing something district-wide, obviously that would be a substantial cost. In this particular case, our model in the district has been to go school by school, and that seems to be quite an effective model, as you can see from Jackson. And I think there's a couple of other schools that have gone in this direction as well. We're real excited about the opportunity to start this at PHS West. A lot of our work in this area starts there, and then we bring it forward to the senior campus and other high schools. So we think this is going to be this will be a nice initiative for our schools at the high school level in particular, and is going to make a big difference.
Now, it's been implemented, obviously, in Jackson Middle School. How long has the program been implemented?
Dr. Stark can answer that question.
We have 2 middle schools that are using it, Jackson and Alondra, and this is their second year, I believe.
Okay. So do we have data, and what kind of data are we looking at to determine, is this program working?
So we do look at behavior data. We also look at the suspension data. We look at referrals, and the schools each have a team of people who collect that data and look at that over time. And I look at that data as well in terms of the suspension rate. And at both of these schools, suspensions have declined over the last 2 years. Yeah, this program really helps teachers reconnect with kids, and it reinforces the importance of those relationships with students. And we know that in middle and high school, how critical that is. Right. Critical at every level, but especially at those levels.
I think going back to Board Member De Leon, if we would get the data on the suspensions, say 2 years ago suspensions were this many, now they're this many, we would say, wow, okay, and we know it does work, but if we got the data on that, then we wouldn't be questioning so much what's going on, because we like analysis, we like data to see that, wow, this is working, or, well, it's not working that much, what can we do to make it better?
And
We'll follow up on that for you.
Yeah, this is something that I also learned in governance trainings, because you have to have the data, because eventually you'll have a plethora of programs, and then you have to go, okay, well, I want to add this one, then it becomes, well, we can't afford it. So what can we cut? What program can we cut to get this other program? And so we want to make sure that we're following with data and going, okay, not only does it improve suspensions and for them getting referrals, but do we see an increase in grades? So that's why I'm asking.
And we'll follow up with data from Alondra and Jackson on the Wednesday report on suspension and attendance, and what was the third metric?
The ones I can get in that time frame would be the suspension, for sure.
Suspensions, okay.
And that's something that we could also look up at in dashboard, right?
Yes,
suspension.
Yes, you can. It wouldn't be as current as what I can give you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, I'll go to mine. Meanwhile, you think I'll ask?
Go
ahead.
Well, I'm moving on to page 54 and 55. And my comment is, I try to go beyond my duties. I really try. And I look at it, join I look at other apps and websites like, is it LinkedIn? But whatnot, and like Resume Now, and they post jobs. And I find it difficult to believe, or it's rather upsetting to me when we're trying to look for not only speech and language pathologists, OTs, and it says it is difficult to find qualified employees with this expertise. Now, two things. EdJoin or any other app or any other online where teachers or these professionals would go to, I don't see those on there. They haven't been in there. I've been checking continuously from January up until today. Nothing. I know that we receive these papers on a monthly basis saying like, okay, these are the positions that we're posting. And so for May 20th through May 10th, or May 10th through May 20th, the only position that was available, at least that I got, was this paper that says occupational therapist. And I'm thinking that probably was at the office for people to look at. But then when I look at the one we have for June 5th through May 31st, or May 31st to June 5th, there's nothing, no paperwork came. So I could say, hey, look, there was a SL, speech and language therapist or pathologist that we're trying to get a job for. And so that alarms me. In addition, I know we already approved, like, I believe it was 6 agencies for SLPs or speech and language pathologists. And now we're approving more. So if anyone has questions, I don't want to take over.
I actually want to piggyback on that. I also noticed that on January 13th, we approved 6 agencies, and now we have 2 more different speech agencies so that makes a total of 8 agencies. This leaves a question on how many speech pathologists do we have in the district? Question 1. Question 2 is, how many are district employees versus agency employees? And number 3, what is the written criteria for which the district determines what agencies to choose from?
So allow me to share before Dr. Morales shares whatever you want to share in that regard, because that is your area. We actually did a report on this to the Board of Education less than a year ago because we were struggling to find behavior specialists. We want to find our own because of the fact that, you know, our employees can build relationships with students versus having an agency employee. And one of the issues that just one issue, but we will pull that report for you and send it to you. One of the issues that we found is the competition that we have with these agencies that you approve. Because first of all, they pay the behavior, it's the speech people, right? Yeah. The speech pathologists, I'm sorry. It's the speech pathologists. They pay speech pathologists more money than, first of all, we pay. They give them benefits. And then what is the competition with what we offer or school districts offer is the flexibility that it provides them with the schedules. In other words, anybody who works for an agency can pretty much for that year have a schedule, whether it's a part-time schedule or work at X number of schools. But we did an in-depth analysis. We even talked to I believe Cal State Northridge, who has the only speech pathologist program, and how many people that they actually accept every year into this program. It's really a mind-boggling area that provides huge deficits in districts that want to have their own full-time employees because of the competition that these agencies provide. Having said that, we will pull that report for you. We won't have it for this Wednesday, but in 2 weeks, I think we can pull it and share with you information regarding this particular area and hiring of individuals. Would you like to share something, Dr. Morales?
Just to say we can provide the EdJoin flyer
for the speech and language, it just closed May 20th. So we're in the, after school ends, we'll be interviewing any of the qualified applicants that.
And it's been up there.
Mhm. It was May 10th through the 20th on EdJoin.
No, I've been looking at it, trust me. But in any regards, in previous years, I've looked at it joint too, and I've seen when they are hiring a SLP or a speech language pathologist, it's not really attractable, or I wouldn't want to, at least personally, when it says it's a temporary position. I want to be, if I know I'm going to go to a certain district, I want to be hired there. I don't want to be like, oh, well, am I going to be there temporary or not? Because then that could determine whether I could remodel my house or not, whether I could make my payments or not, because I don't know if I'm going to be there a year or two from now. So, and I know that this is the case not only for, just teachers in general that we have hired and are still hired, and it's like temporary, and it's like, well, temporary for how long? And I'm worried that we're missing the opportunity to keep these people that we should keep. And I know it probably comes down to benefits again, because we know that impacts our budget. We've gone over the budget with Mr. Frutos, and we're like, oh man, the money that goes into benefits is, and we have a Cadillac, of benefits. And nobody, the teachers don't want to cut that. And so how do we work that out?
So we'll also get the written criteria of which the district determines which agencies to choose from. Is that correct? For the Wednesday report?
Yes.
Okay. I also had a question regarding page 50. I'm sorry, Board Member Leon, if you want to continue. Sorry.
No, go ahead,
Okay.
and then I'll.
Okay, piggyback.
What page?
On page 57, number 18 and 19. They're both consultants. It has the exact description, which is consult to continue providing mental health assessments and outpatient therapy services to new and continuing students. One is a ChildNet and the other one is StarView. They're both for special ed. They both have the same date. I just don't understand why one is 40,000 and the other one's 20,000. And is there any possibility we can see the contracts of these agencies? Because we just read this and we're like, at least I read it. I don't know. I can't talk for the board, but I read this and I'm like, wow, 40 versus 20. It doesn't tell me much on this.
Dr. Stark?
Just in general, it would be based on the number of services that they provide. The contract is based on services and the number of students they serve. And these are both organizations that work with mental health with students. So one might be serving a much larger number of children than the other one. And they're both organizations that are highly respected, that we've used for many years. ChildNet, you've probably heard of, is based in Long Beach, and StarView as well. And as a principal, I worked with these organizations as well, and I've observed them working with their people, working with students.
I think this report has to be more detailed, at least for myself. The rest of the board members could speak for themselves, but when I read this, I'm like, I can't tell why one's 40 and one's 20. And is there any possibility we can see the contract, if we can have copies of the contracts? At least tell us this one's
We can look into
serving.
that, or at least provide you some more information on it.
Absolutely, please. And on page 53, number 4, Pacific Audio Logics. It was on May 14, 2018. The contract to continue providing visual and hearing and scoliosis screening, which is wonderful. Students is selected at grade levels, was board approved due to the increase of students. I'm not too sure what increase, if Dr. Frutos even mentioned to us that we're actually declining in enrollment. So I'm not understanding the increase of students.
What page are you?
53.
53, number 4.
Yes. Do we know the amount, if it is increased? Because based on, like I mentioned, what I've heard is we're decreasing in enrollment. So if it is increased, by how many are we increasing? Do we have more students in the district that we don't know about?
Yes, go ahead.
I think Dr. San Miguel can address this question.
Okay.
While the increase in some cases are not happening in all grade levels, and there's some decrease in some grade levels, in some grade levels there are increases, and this reflects some of the increases in some of the grade levels because the testing isn't done on all grade levels.
If I may read from the Wednesday report, you may not remember.
I do.
Dr. San Miguel.
We did put it there.
But you did provide more information than what you're saying now, which is fine. I didn't expect you to memorize this. On May 14, a contract to continue providing vision, hearing, and scoliosis screening for students in selected grade levels was board approved due to an increase in student vision, hearing screenings. An additional $4,000 is needed to cover expenses to the original contract services. Education code requires school district to conduct vision and hearing appraisal at least every third year until the student has completed the 8th grade. Scoliosis appraisals are required for every female student, grade 7, and male student, grade 8, in accordance with the standards established by the State Department of Education. So Paramount Unified School District test students in grades kindergarten 2, 5, 8, and 10. Results of the tests are used to support the acquisition of eyewear, et cetera, et cetera. So the understanding is it's not an enrollment in terms of students signing up for our district to come to our district. It's an increase in students needing these services. Is that correct?
That's correct, at selected grade levels.
Okay.
And while there may be a decrease in enrollment in some of the grade levels, it's not necessarily a decrease in enrollment in all the grade levels. So those screenings kind of vary as far as how many screenings we need by grade level.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Number 5, when I'm reading this, and it's great, Kaplan, but it says for most. It says this agreement of Kaplan to continue providing free SAT preparation courses to students at Paramount High as well as preparation workbook for most. Why isn't it not all? I mean, and what is most? 80%, 10%, 20% of the students? I mean,
Dr. Smith?
We'll be happy to get you a list of all of the courses. We can't provide AP prep books for courses that the books don't exist. So for example, there's not an AP Studio Art prep book. So we couldn't produce a book for that particular course because the book doesn't exist. So I'll be happy to provide you with a full list of which courses will get the books.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Any other questions? Let me just make sure I'm here. Just a clarification on the update on page, because it was updated, I just want to make a clarification on that. On page 74, the portable building installation replacement. I was looking, it says 74 here, but I don't think it's 74. I think it's 4.1C. At least that's what. 4.1C, I think is here.
Was that 74?
Yes, but I think it's the wrong page. No, I was right. Okay, so page, I think it's right here. Page 79. 79. PO 19-02630. Just to clarify, because we did get the update. It's not 170,450. The update says. I think it's this.
Is this at Gaines Elementary?
Yes.
the one?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually 174,450. So just wanted to, because that's what the board update says.
Oh, yes.
So I just wanted to.
It should, in other words, the numbers
No.
were transposed on the update Mr. Frutos, is that 4.1C?
This one here.
Oh, okay.
It's 02623.
02623.
Yes.
So in the update, it says 174,450.
Yeah, so I just wanted to-
Thank you. And here it says it's less money here, 170,450.
The 170 is the amount.
Is it the lesser money?
The PO, the lesser is the correct one. The
So
other
it's
one
the one,
is actually
so this board update is incorrect.
So the board, this is incorrect, or it was just updated? What's the?
Because this is what the board, Wednesday update.
The Wednesday update was probably a typo. That's
A
correct.
typo, yeah,
Because the-
probably a typo.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
We'll be more careful.
So the 170,000 is the correct one?
That is correct.
Thank
And
you.
we apologize for that. We try very hard to not
Thank
have
you.
typos, but we
It's okay.
like when the amount is lower.
At least you know someone's looking, right?
We
No
appreciate
need to
that.
apologize. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I just have a comment, because I know the time is really late. It's 9:38. People are tired, and I know we want to move on. But I think we would benefit to have like a study session in different parts of like special education. How does that look like for the students that are mainstreaming? What kind of supports they need? How can we better support our students? And then looking at the students on the non-diploma track. I think, because I have a lot of questions and I don't want to take too much time. I'm looking at lawsuits and all this stuff, and I'd rather just deal with them in a study session.
So we have two options with that, board members. We could do a study session, or we invite you to sit with our Director of Special Education and Dr. Stark, who can answer questions, as you did with the LCAP. You and President Gomez came in to talk about special ed. It's up to you, board members.
I think it's best a study session actually for our questions to be answered and the public to see that we're transparent and accountable for what's on these agendas and how the board is working.
I would agree for that. That way it allows the community to participate and see the transparency.
So can I have an approval to have a study session for this, for special ed?
What
For
are we
special
talking
ed?
about? Study session for what?
Special ed.
For just special ed? You know what, I think there's a lot of other, we've been having some study sessions, and I think that the superintendent had some more in mind, so maybe adding special ed, of course, but in case there were others, because we've been having these for the last couple of years. Every few months, we would have a special study session on upcoming issues so that we better understood them before they arrived on the agenda. So maybe you could come up with a plan to let us know, what items you think are important, and then we could have input on the things that we would like to have study sessions on. I would suggest that. Instead of just hand-picking, cherry-picking ones here and there. There's a lot of different departments and issues that we could go into depth so that we have better understanding.
Well, I think we're at a good point right now, having completed about how many study sessions have we provided?
7 or 8, yeah.
7 or 8 study sessions. You have gotten an overview of the district. And at this point, if you would like to give me topics that you would like to delve into more, not just, special ed. It's that 6-month period where you've been on the board this long, you've been through all these study sessions. What is still out there that you would like to delve into more? And you provide, I would suggest you provide President Gomez with some topics. And then just as I prepared the governance calendar with proposed study sessions, I can bring that back to a future board meeting soon, and we can plan on a series of study sessions on various topics that you may want.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and I could agree with you, Ms. Hansen, that, you have previously, had study sessions prior to us coming in, but we haven't yet had a study session on special education. And one thing that always comes on the agenda is the students that are going to non-public. So that's always on the agenda, and I have a plethora of questions pertaining to that. And that's something that I've always been concerned. So I think it would benefit just all of us to really know the ins and out of special education, because on this agenda, we did have a due process and litigation regarding some students and the services that they're going to receive. So it worries me as to are we doing the best that we can do, or can we do better? And then having community input, because that's what we're here. We're here to represent the community, and the community, I know when I walk, they complain and they tell me like this and that, and I don't care for speech therapists that are coming every year different, and my child is not learning because my child has autism, and it just doesn't benefit from my child to having a different person every year. So I think it would just benefit the community in itself, because that's what at least I'm here to represent. So
I actually think we should start with special ed, and then from there get other topics. That way, because this is a big topic. If we go with special ed, and then afterwards we could go down the line of what we need.
Okay, so we'll send the information and then you can come up with a calendar. That'll work?
Well, I heard something else. I heard
Right.
let's do special ed
first.
And then as
Special
other
ed, yeah,
topics come up.
another topic.
Then
You
we
send
could
your
do
topics.
After
calendars.
topics.
Okay.
Right. But we're going to start with special ed.
Yes, and what would be helpful to me, board members and staff, is just as Board Member De Leon shared, the aspects of special ed that you hear from parents. You mentioned due process, you mentioned not public schools, things like that. If you would share that with the president, that helps us to prepare our presentation to provide you with that information.
Sure. And then we'll come up with a date for the next study session on
Yes.
this? Okay. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so with that, any other questions? I guess we're going to save them for our studies, our special ed. So with that, may I have a vote to approve the consent items, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
I'm sorry.
We're going to approve the consent items.
Okay.
is that a yes?
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. It's a 5-0 vote. Consent items have been approved. So now we are going to, we're going to action items on page 80, no, action items, yeah, 87.
We pulled 87 and 88, Madam
Okay.
President. So we could go to
Okay,
the
thank
next
you.
one.
Okay, so the next one would be 87 and 88. Okay, we pulled 87. So we're going to 91, no, 89.
2.18.
Okay, we're going to, yes, 1.28.
Oh, 2.18.
Oh, 2.18, that's because we pulled those two. That's correct. Yes, 2.18. 2.1A, approval of the reorganization of campus security at Paramount High School West Campus. Staff recommendation, approve the reorganization of campus security at Paramount High School West Campus. Convert one current position to a lead campus position. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions or concerns or comments?
I think it's a great idea.
Anybody else? I have a question. What would be the difference of what we have now versus adding, upgrading one of the campus securities to a lead campus security?
Dr. Morales or?
Sure. We would have the same number of individuals, but one person would take the lead role to coordinate, to communicate in emergency situations, direct the work as we do at the high school. And we find that to be an effective way of communicating and responding.
So what we're saying is that we didn't have this in the past, and that's probably why, I shouldn't say it that way. We didn't have a person in charge in the past, And so who was in charge in the past when something would happen?
Well, they were.
Because now we're going to have a lead. So what happened with, if we didn't have this lead, what happened?
So we had administrators who work with our security personnel, and they're the direct conduit and directing that, as well as Jesse. We found that at the high school that they meet more often on safety issues. Again, administrators are looking at all sorts of different areas. This allows someone to lead their work specifically in the area of safety and
We
security.
do have a lead at the senior campus,
We
and
do.
we have leads in other areas. It's just this particular, it's one high school, but it's 2 campuses, is my understanding. So now we will also have a lead at the 9th grade center.
But this is for,
Yes.
okay.
At West.
Yes, for West. This is only for West.
Correct. Okay, and so those 2 leads will be talking to each other, just in case something happens on one campus or other, or not?
They do communicate across campus, but this person will also be coordinating the work specifically at West Campus. But they do communicate since it is a shared campus. But the lead at one campus doesn't lead the other campus. There is a need to have individual leads at each of the schools.
And I was just wondering if we have spoken to the Lieutenant Barragan and asking his opinion about these positions. I mean, because we are working with the community also. Have we spoken to him regarding what does he think about a lead person? Or what is his the ideas of what can make it better?
So I could answer that if
Sure.
it's okay with you. Every time we have an opportunity, we meet with Lieutenant Barragan and his deputies. As a matter of fact, we met last week to start planning for next year and graduations and all that. And if I can ask Mr. Flores, Jesse, could you come up and talk about your regular meetings with the lieutenant? Because we did coordinate the fact that we have CSPs, SROs, which is what we call our resource officers, sheriffs, and then the supports they bring. And it's all beginning to be like a pyramid that everybody supports everybody. But having a lead at a site allows the communication to also be better. So just very briefly, Jesse, if you don't mind.
How are you, Jesse?
Good evening. Yes, having a lead at a campus does give you the direct access to administration so they can proceed on their normal school duties. What the lead does do is coordinate every function, including after hours, events, ongoings, and keeps everybody informed. The biggest enhancement there is they communicate with both campuses, myself, and law enforcement. So we have a direct access more fluent.
So right now, when you did not have a lead, when you didn't have a lead campus security, who was doing that, or how did you find, or what was the procedure?
The procedure was for me to get involved a little bit more. It does help the process to make sure we convey the message from the administration. Having a lead on campus just gives that consistency where there's no gaps. There's always direct communication with us.
So would you be in charge of the 2 leads?
Yes.
On both campuses?
Yes.
Both? Okay. Do we have any roving security officers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all day or just?
Yes, and during the day, during the school hours, we definitely have five patrol officers.
Okay. Is our district following national school security protocols?
Yes.
Okay. And because of the form, can we probably provide bonuses to teachers or classified staff to fill in during lunch hours to walk close to the restrooms? Meanwhile, we do something or, plan something or have something in place?
Currently, we do that. The high school does offer the counselors. Counselors is majority of the people that actually help us fulfill those voids when there's larger events or just extra security that's needed on campus.
On both campuses?
On both campuses.
Because, we always have to make sure. And how is security personnel preventing situations from escalating?
Communication, making sure to stay ahead of the game. There's a social media aspect now that's different, as we've been hearing in your meetings. So just staying ahead and working with law enforcement. We work with text to tip, making sure we convey those messages right directly to administration so we can not only anticipate, but really get the direct response for those tips.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? Any questions of Board Member Garcia?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jesse.
thank you.
Appreciate you. your answers. Okay, so may I have a vote to approve 2.18, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0, 2.18 has been approved. Okay, we're going to page 93, 3.1A. Page 93, Board Member Garcia. Staff, it's a public hearing, local control accountability plan 2019-2020. Staff recommend conduct a public hearing regarding the local control accountability plan for 2019-2020. We're going to open the hearing. May I have a motion to open the hearing?
I'll make a motion to open.
Linda Garcia made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll move. I'll second, I'm sorry.
Vivian Hanson made the second. Any questions, comments, or someone's going to speak in regard to the open
We
hearing?
need a vote?
Only,
What, huh?
there's no one.
Okay.
To do a roll call.
I just-
Roll call. Just a
You're
roll call.
We need to vote first. We have a
Yes,
motion and
open
a
it.
second. We need to vote.
Oh, a vote to open,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
May I have a vote?
Yes. Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson.
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta.
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0, it's approved to open the hearing. We have any questions or comments? I do have, no, okay. I do have one, and that is, when I read this, it says it's required notice of public hearing was published in the press telegram and posted in district office as it's supposed to. However, in the future, and even going forward, if we can put when it was posted, because I don't read the press telegram every day, so if, somebody comes to me and says, oh, it was posted, at least I can say, oh, yeah, it was posted on this date or that date. So if we can please have that.
Did you understand that, Dr.
Sorry.
Stark?
I did. When we place the ad, we're not sure when they're posting it because we give it to them in advance, or 10 days in advance, at least 10 days in advance, but we will do whatever we can to get the date posted.
Thank you.
Mr. Frutos is raising his hand.
Only because the way the posting works is in partnership with LACO. We are mandated under a variety of ed codes to actually submit the information to LACO, and they are the ones actually doing the posting. So in this here, it was May 14, but it would be difficult for us to give you an advance date until it's actually published because Dr. Eduardo gets the information from all the districts. They have an agreement with the press telegram, and then they send us a letter confirming that it's been published for the public hearing, and that allows us to then bring the budget to you and do the public hearing. So we'll give you the information, but it's just a little convoluted because it's in constant communication with LACO.
And that's perfectly fine. It's just that in the agenda, if we can put it so that way there's no questions, transparency is there. Hey, we put it this day, no questions asked from nobody. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so now I'm going to make a motion to close the hearing. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Sonia De Leon made the second, sorry. May I have a vote, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta.
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, it's a 5-0 vote. Hearing is closed, been approved. Now we go to 3.2A, Foundation of Fractions Online Professional Development. Staff recommendation, approve the purchase of the online license for Foundation and Fractions on page 95. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta made a second. Any questions or comments? So none. May I please have a vote?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta.
Yes.
And Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. Motion passed. 3.2A. Now we're going to 3.3A, non-public school placement for special education students for 2018-2019. Staff recommendation, approve the placement for special education students in non-public schools as determined by the Students' Independent Education Plan for the 2018-2019 school year. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
That was Linda Garcia made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions or comments?
I just have a, oh gosh, I don't know if it's a question or comment. It's getting late. I need coffee. My question would be, do we have like the data that shows, okay, the students went to non-public, and how long does it take for them to perhaps go back into public education? And how does that look like? Is the transitioning, where their student is transitioning, that teacher that's taking that student in, are they part of the IEP process? I just want to know, like.
May I suggest that you allow us to have all that information for you during the special ed study session that we're going to have?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, absolutely. Are you okay with that, Board Member De Leon?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Garcia, any questions?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. So any other questions? None, so may I please have a vote?
Yes. Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, it's a 5-0 vote. Motion passed. 3.3A. Now we're going to 3.4A, attorney fees and settlement agreement for the special ed education student. On page 98, staff recommendation, approve and authorize payment for the attorney fees and settlement agreement for the special education student. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Sorry, just Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions, any comments?
Just a comment for the study session, if you could have data as to how many like lawsuits do we have per year, and how much, like, what is the trend? Like, is it speech therapy or what have you? And then like how much, what is the cost of these lawsuits?
And again, I'd like to, I wrote that down. And before that study session is scheduled and staff begins to work on the presentation for you, as you think of questions, if you could write them down so that we can add them to our presentation and collect the data for you.
Absolutely. I do have a question also on that, is that when I read this on where it says, there's two words that stand out to me, that's why I'm asking. It's through meditation, the district parents and attorneys from both sides agree on a tentative settlement. That doesn't say a final settlement, it says tentative to provide, and then it says the following. And then, but yet it says payment of these fees finalize the agreement and resolve all claims related to this case. So when it says tentative, can they come back, the parents or whoever is doing this hearing, come back and say, well, you didn't do this, so that means it's not finalized. So that means we're going to probably ask for more money or whatever the case, whatever they want.
And I think that statement at the bottom answers your question, where it says payment of these fees finalizes the agreement. I think the tentative is based on the approval, pending the approval of the item. That's what makes it tentative. But this does resolve all claims. That's the way.
So just for my clarification, what it's saying is that it's a tentative until the district or does all of this and then it's finalized, correct?
That's my understanding, correct, yes. Yes.
Just want to make sure, yes.
Our director is nodding, yes.
And for all our agreements, we come to you with the term tentative because you, the board, have final authority. So until you approve the payment, and we do most of the legal stuff, we will always come to you with something called a tentative settlement, including negotiations. And once you approve it and authority to pay is finalized, it immediately becomes a final settlement.
So what we're saying for this, and correct me if I'm wrong, for this case, we're saying the amount is $10,100 from special ed funds. It says impact, physical impact. We're going to pay $10,100, and once we pay that, that's finalized. Nobody could come back and try to get more.
Correct.
Well, that's the idea. I haven't read this particular one, but that's the intent, yes.
So when you
That's
say,
what that last statement means.
okay, so we don't have to worry about them coming back.
Not for this particular case,
Okay.
yes.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so none, let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. Vote was 5-0, 3.4A passed. Now we're going to 3.5A, page 100. Second step, social emotional learning curriculum. Staff recommendation, approve the recommendation to purchase second step as the social and emotional learning curriculum for K through 5 and 6 through 8. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and Linda Garcia made the second. Any questions or comments? Just going back to what I said previously, if we can just have the date there of the press telegram, that would be great.
Yes.
And what else did I circle? Now, that only includes K through 5? It doesn't include pre-K through 5, right?
K8.
Okay, just want to make sure. Any other questions? Board Member Garcia, any questions?
No.
Okay, none, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 the vote, it passed, 3.5A. Now we're going to 3.6A, school-sponsored study incentive trips. Approve this, the staff recommendation, approve the school-sponsored study incentive trips to provide students with experience that extend grade level curriculum.
I'll move.
Oh, sorry. Vivian Hanson motioned it. May I have a second?
We're going to go.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Linda Garcia, second. Any questions, any comments? I looked up, my comment is, I looked over all this and it looks really fine to me. I wish I had all the time to do this stuff, but unfortunately I don't. Any other questions or comments? None, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, the 5-0 vote, motion passed, 3.6A. Now we're going to 3.7A, affiliation agreement with Undergrad Prep Incorporated on page 107. Student staff recommendation, approve the affiliation agreement with Undergrad Prep Incorporated for 2019-2020 school year. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
That was Linda Garcia. Made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Sonia De Leon made the second. Any questions, any comments? I think I did have one. I did have one, and that was, I looked over the agreement. Yeah, this is it. On page 110, number 7, it says UP will not evaluate students' performance. So meanwhile they're doing all this, is anyone caring about the performance of how they're doing in all this? Because I don't even, because I don't see that, the Paramount, says anything about performance.
We care about the performance of the students. So students that would take the ACT, they would have to voluntarily share their scores with us to be able to identify how well they did. The ACT itself also gives us annual reports on how well our students do on the ACT. So that would be something that we would keep track of in terms of the performance, not necessarily undergrad prep.
So one's a volunteer, so if the student doesn't volunteer it, you don't get that information, correct?
We wouldn't get individual information without the student giving it to us in this particular case, because we don't have a formal agreement with the ACT. But we do get overall summary data on our students that take the ACT in the district, which is a smaller amount of students than, say, the SAT.
Okay. So if this, after, I'll ask after the school year, I'm going to ask how did they do, so it's okay. Any other questions? That's the question I had. Nope, none, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 vote, 3.78 passed. Now we're going to 3.8A, Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Paramount Parks and Recreation Department. Staff recommendation, approve the Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Paramount Parks and Recreation Department to provide ground supervision and supervised recreation for the Seamless Summer Food Program. May I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Linda Garcia made the motion. May I have a second? May I have a second? Well, I'll second. Any questions or comments? None, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 vote, 3.8A approved. Now we're going to 3.9, Memorandum of Understanding with Ignatius P. Gurio, MD Incorporated. Staff recommendation, approve the Memorandum of Understanding with Ignatius P. Gurio, MD Incorporated, effective June 11th, 2019 through August 16th, 2022.
I'll move.
Okay, Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll have a second.
Okay, Linda Garcia made the second. Any questions, any comments? None, so may I have a vote?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 vote, 3.9A passed. Going to 3.10A, page 118, a memorandum of understanding with Marcelo Mangun Medical Corporation. Staff recommendation, approve the memorandum of understanding with Marcelo Mangun Medical Corporation effective June 11, 2019 through August 16, 2022. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions, any comments? None, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5 to none, 3.10A passed. We're going to 3.11A, Memorandum of Understanding with J&L De Leon Medical Corp. Staff recommendation, approve the Memorandum of Understanding with J&L De Leon Medical Corp. Effective June 11, 2019 through August 16, 2022 on page 121.
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Linda Garcia made the second. Any questions or any comments? None, so take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, the vote was 5-0. 3.11A passed. We're going to 3.12A, Carl D. Perkins Grant of Application for grades 7 through 12. Staff recommendation, approve the submission of the application of Carl D. Perkins Grant for the 2019-2020 school year on page 124. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Vivian Hanson made the second. Any questions, any comments? None, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 the vote, so 3.12A passed. We're going to 3.13A, Revised Board Policy 6146.4, High School Graduation Requirements. Staff recommendation, accept for second reading proposed revised Board Policy 6146.4, High School Graduation Requirements, which reflects current state requirements. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions, any comments? None, so may I have a vote, please?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 vote, 3.13A passed. We're going to 3.14A, Memorandum of Understanding with California State University Long Beach Expository Reading and Writing Course Teacher Certification. Staff recommendation, approve the memorandum of understanding with California State University Long Beach Expository Reading and Writing Course Teacher Certification to provide teachers with required training from July 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2019.
I'll move.
Okay, Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so Linda Garcia made the second. Any questions, any comments?
I just had a question. Got a response to my question earlier. So this is a voluntary, to attend this training is voluntary. And at the end of your response to my question, you said something about people who had been through the first phase of training didn't have to do it again, even though this states that they made some changes to the program. Is that right?
Please allow me to clarify, Mrs. Hanson.
Thank you.
The course is completely revamped for the 1920 school year. So there had been a version that had been in place for a number of years, and this upcoming school year is the realignment, which actually kicks off like in the couple weeks. They start kind of launching it. So in order to make sure that our teachers are certified to be able to teach the new curriculum, they have to go through the training. So it's not, I wouldn't call it voluntary, because in order to teach the course, you have to have the certification, which is why that group of senior English teachers.
So whoever's teaching it now would have to retake it.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, that's
Correct.
what I wanted to know.
And please allow me to clarify that, even that part. Technically, if they've been teaching ERWC, they technically don't have to even go through the certification, although it's highly recommended. And in our case, we're going to make sure that all of our teachers go through it.
And then I see that there's some training dates. Can you share with us when did you share them with me and I missed it?
I didn't share specific dates. The two dates are coming that are the most, I guess, coming up the quickest are in August. And there's another one in October, and then one in November. I can send you specific dates just so it's on your calendar.
Yeah, I'd like to attend the training. It's interesting.
No problem. Happy to do that.
Any other questions? Board Member Garcia, any questions on that?
No.
Okay. None, so may I please have a vote?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, the vote was 5-0. 3.14A has been approved. Now we're going to 3.15A, Paramount Promise Agreement with Compton College. Staff recommendation, approve the Paramount Promise Agreement with Compton College that provides Paramount Unified School District students who matriculate to Compton College to pursue a post-secondary education plan with several important benefits upon enrollment beginning fall 2019. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay, so Linda Garcia made the motion and Vivian Hanson second. Any questions or comments?
Yeah.
None, so may I have a vote?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Absolutely.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, vote was 5-0, 3.15A passed. Now we're going to business services, 4.1A, notices of completion, field service contracts. Staff recommendation, accept as completed the field service contracts for classroom, electrical, and related services in 11 rooms at Moakler. Replace windows at Wirtz. Carpentry repairs at Moakler. Exterior painting in Wirtz. Carpet installation in 14 rooms at Wirtz. And network cabling installations at 15 rooms at Wirtz. And authorize the superintendent or designate to file the notices of completion and make payment to all contracted parties upon expiration of the lien period and determine that no liens are outstanding. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Sonia De Leon made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Yesenia Cuarenta made the second. Any questions, any comments? None, so let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta, yes, Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, vote was 5-0, 4.1A passed. Now we're going to 4.2A on page 141. Authorized to make appropriation transfer. Staff recommendation, authorize the Los Angeles County Superintendent of Schools to make appropriate transfers at the close of the 2018-2019 school year. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
That was Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Linda Garcia made the second. Any questions, any comments? None so. May I have a vote?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 vote, 4.2A passed. Now we're going to 4.3A. It's a public hearing, 2019-2020 tentative budget. Staff recommendation, conduct a public hearing prior to the approval of the 2019-2020 tentative budget on page 143. We're going to open the hearing. May I have a motion to open the hearing?
A motion to open the hearing?
Linda Garcia made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Sonia De Leon made the second. Any questions, any comments?
Vote.
None so. Let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. Now I need and now we're going to close the hearing. I need a motion to close the hearing.
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
All second.
I'll second.
I think Yesenia Cuarenta made the second first.
Okay.
It's okay. Any questions, any comments regarding closed hearing? None so. Let's take a vote.
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes. So that was 5-0 vote, 4.3A passed. Now we're going to 4.4A, Community Survey, Trustee Areas and Term Limits. Staff recommendation, upon review of the board, approved and authorized staff to direct Probosky Research to implement the community survey process. May I have a motion?
I'll move.
Vivian Hanson made the motion. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Sonia De Leon made the second. Any questions or any comments?
Just one follow-up item, board members. You asked us to find out about the added cost for this. So, Mr. Frutos, do you want to quickly share with the board your research?
Absolutely. We got a response from the county registrar, as the consultant said that they would not respond to them directly, and we actually went through some of their formulas. And if I can read you some numbers, one measure, standalone general election with a couple of pages, so consider just one measure, would be between $60,000 and $95,000. If you remember, they set up to 100, so it wasn't too far. Within the general election, we got an update this afternoon that if it's within the general election and it contains at least a couple of candidates, the differential would be between $25,000 and $60,000. And the reason why there's a range is that you, the board, would say so many pages for the survey, et cetera, and everything changes the totals. And finally, if there are two measures, if you remember at one point you were considering trustee areas and term limits, the differential will be between $30,000 and $70,000. So quite frankly, the difference between one measure and two is not that different. That is the total, and also you all have the latest version of the survey, which had 12 questions this time.
Were you going to ask a question?
You're going to vote on.
I thought you were going to say that. Okay.
So, board members, I just want to clarify based on a discussion that President Gomez and I had. So when you vote on this evening, you're authorizing us to engage Probosky on to do the survey, and you're aware of the cost of the survey. Voting upon this gives us the authority to move forward with that. That would be the board's prerogative upon voting for that. You can choose to just put it on the ballot if you want and not do a survey. That is an option that you have. You went through all the questions and you revised them, and you're saying upon approval that you agree with the questions as well. So you agree with the questions that are there once you approve it, and you are giving us authority to move forward and engage in a contract, which we would bring back to you to sign for us to engage Probalski, however they pronounce their name, Probalski, to conduct the survey.
Which I was talking to Dr. Perez about it, and the only question I had is, why don't we just put it on the ballot, save ourselves $24,500, and put that $24,500 towards putting it on to the ballot? That's where I'm coming from. Because we're going to spend this money doing this plus putting it onto the ballot. Might as well just put it on the ballot and let the voters decide if they want it or not. But it has to be board approved if you guys agree or disagree, whichever way, we can take a vote. But it's saving.
I think it's a great idea when you save money. Definitely, because then you still have the community to decide. And maybe they, which I know that walking in the neighborhood, they want turn limits. But hey, you never know if they might change their mind. Maybe they say, forget it. You don't know. But saving 24,000 it would be nice.
But we're still spending the 60 to 95,000, right? So there's still a cost.
If you go through the election.
Yes, but board member Cuarenta, what I'm trying to say is that if we go through the questions, that's 24,000 on top of putting it on the election. If we don't take the survey and we just automatically put it on the ballot, the residents are still going to vote yes or no, whatever they want. So we're still getting what they're going to say. Instead of spending the 24,500 on a survey, put it towards the ballot. Just, bam, we're not making any other decisions.
But what about the, what's the other part we're asking on?
That's all we're asking is term limits.
Yeah, it's not the trustee
No.
areas.
We're not doing the trustee area?
It's just term limits right now.
I personally want to do the survey. I need to know what my community thinks. This is what we went through this process for, so I will be voting to do the survey. So,
Board Member Garcia?
I say we might as well do the survey.
Okay. Board Member Cuarenta?
Survey.
Okay, the survey wins, that's fine. Let's do the survey. I don't mind. I was just giving an option to try to save a little money, but that is totally fine. We're a board and it's 3-2, so let's do the survey.
For the record, I'm doing it because I think it's important to gather data.
to get the
Right.
information.
No.
I like the questions. I think the questions are great.
I would change a couple of things on here, just like the 100,000, as much as 100,000. I would like to change that because if it costs 60 and not 100, correct me if I'm wrong, Ruben, standalone is 60 to 95, general is 25 to 60. So we're going on a general election because we're going to do it on the November, which there will be an election that year. So it's not going to cost 100,000. So if the constituency 100, that may turn them down in a different way. So if we can get that changed.
I would suggest we put it up to 60,000 then.
That's fine.
If that's the high point.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's a big difference, $40,000.
Actually, and what is the cost to prepare the ballot information? I forgot to ask that question. Who does that and there's a price for that? I mean, who writes all of that?
The county.
The ballot information is part of the process that you work with the county. In order to get the wording correctly, you, the board, would need to agree with what they are proposing, and sometimes you choose to get an advisor or whatever. If you remember, for those of you that have gone through bonds, in our case, we did it ourselves, but sometimes you get consultants. But that would be our process.
Okay, so we do that. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm happy to.
But there's no cost to that.
There's no additional cost. If
Yeah,
we
I just
choose
wanna
to
make
do
that
it
clear.
ourselves, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
On number 5, I'm just going by what I highlight because I love to highlight my forms. On number 5, where it says school district loses the expertise and knowledge of board members acquired over their years of service when they are forced to leave. Nobody's forcing them to leave.
Well,
School board
term
would
limits
determine.
forces people to leave a board of education. That's what it says.
I wouldn't see, well, everybody interprets it their own way. That's fine. You can leave it. But to me, it's not forcing to leave, because if I'm going to run and I know there's term limits to run, that's not forcing me to leave. I know my contract. I know that if the board is, if I'm going to an election and I know that the board is for 8 years, they're not forcing me to leave. I know my contract. You know, it's just like the contracts of the schools with the employees. If they get a contract, they're not forced. They know it ahead of time. So nobody's forcing you to do it. You're doing it because you know how many years you're going to serve. That's my interpretation.
Dr. Frutos, I would actually also like to know, once we have, or if we go into districts, right, kind of figure out how people felt based on where they were located in the city, right? I think that may have an impact eventually, right?
I'm not sure that you are going to get that level of detail.
I'm not understanding.
And if it's okay, just to remind you, the questions are done by a company without any connection to what the ballot language will be. So remember, you are hiring these people to give you a broad set of opinions, even when sometimes the information requested might sound counterintuitive to what you want. This is information that you are going to get to inform you as to what you want to do next. We asked about modifying some of the language, and they were very aggressively against it. Not that it mattered to me, but they just said, we formulate these questions in a particular way to give useful information. Tweaking them sometimes doesn't help, and I don't think they will provide us, although, Ms. Cuarta, it would be a very useful piece of data. They are going to go through a random sample of community members to get the feedback and come back to you and said, these are all the people we got in numbers, but it'll be an anonymous type of thing. And if you remember how all these surveys are done, and their job is to give you a full report. And then, quite frankly, you are going to decide what to do. But the modification of questions and the modifications of any of their information, they became a little resistant once I chopped them off to 12 questions. Because they said, we want to make sure that we give you questions that are statistically significant, and this has nothing to do with ballot language, just so that you remember.
Now, is there like a time limit where we have to say, because I know we have another board meeting June 24th. Could we like maybe table this and then just come back on the 24th, or do we have to?
Why do we have to do that? We already have a motion and we're looking at this. Why would we table it?
Well, I have like questions.
Could you ask them, please?
Now that, we're talking about this. So, at what point, like, after working so many years as a school board member, do you get benefits? Like life-term benefits, or?
That's illegal.
So do they, does the cost of having a particular person, like, as they're gaining years, does it become more expensive?
And I'm trying to relate that to the survey. I'm not sure that.
No, see, and it doesn't have nothing to do with pretty much with the survey, but it's just the questions that our constituents have.
Okay. So if I can split it into two parts, for the survey, basically the statistical firm, if I understood what the board's direction was to us, is you had us directing us to move forward with the survey with one significant change, which is to let the statistical firm know, the survey firm know, that we are not moving at 1 to 100,000. We are going to cap it at 60.
Correct.
Okay, so that the survey piece is that part. As far as benefits for any employee, the board may recall that we treat you as employees technically for benefits. So when you retire, I don't award anybody lifetime benefits. This district doesn't have that. And I would highly recommend that you don't start, if you want to remain solvent, just read LAUSD's dilemmas. You have right now benefits that sunset at 65 or Medicare, and we are not a complementary district, which means that if you have benefits during Medicare, the cost to the district progressively reduces. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. I don't have a provision to give anybody lifetime benefits right now.
Just another thought, Dr. Frutos, is that I know that other districts have a lot of data online, right? A lot of statistical data about their communities. I think this is a great way, maybe eventually get it online. Just a thought. Board member Leon.
That shows transparency.
Yeah.
I do have another question on number 9. The term limits are imposed for the Board of Education members. They could be for 1 term, 2 terms, or 3 terms. How many terms should the board member be allowed to serve? Are we going as far as low as 1 term? I'm asking the board. I would say 2 terms or 3 terms, not 1 term, but it's up to the board to make that decision.
I think it's important to ask the community, what do they think?
Okay, so let's just say, if the community says 1 term, 4 years, perfect.
I also think that we have to consider data, and data or research has shown that it's a plus when someone has been on board, not relatively short, because it does take a long time for us to get know all the process and so we don't want someone to just, okay, 4 years there, you're gone. And so all that training, and the trainings are expensive.
I'd say 2 terms. I would like it to say 2 terms or 3 terms, but it's up to the board. So it's a collaborative decision, so we need to make a decision that it's
Well,
1.
please remember, board members, that whatever the results are of this, you still have as a board the prerogative to decide on how many years.
On what you put on the ballot.
I totally agree with you. However, if the constituents are getting if I were to get this survey, and I totally agree with you, Dr. Perez, don't get me wrong, but if I were to get this survey and I'm one of the randomly picked, and I said 1 term, and I come here and it's like, wait a minute, the majority chose this, why now the board is changing? And I know we have the right to, but it's just as our constituents see it, they're going to think, wow, they just turned everything around. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking at it as a constituent. Because as I mentioned, they just did a Survey Monkey last week, the Paramount Journal, on term limits for the city council. It was just a random monkey survey district. 88% of the residents said yes to term limits for city council. Just thought I'd share that with you.
This isn't city council.
I understand that, but that's fine. I totally agree with you. I'm not saying I'm not saying we are city council. I'm just saying if that was just a general about term limits in general with the city of Paramount. That's what I'm saying.
By the Paramount Journal. Very scientific, I guess.
All righty. So anyways, so we're going to make, I guess we're doing the motion that this, with the changing of that, we're not going to change the 4 years. Leave them at 4 years. Leave the 4, 1 term, 2 terms, 3 terms. And that's fine.
May I interject? Dr. Frutos, could we potentially, if we know where the person is located, could we collect that location and then in the future figure out what district they were in? Or am I kind of getting ahead of myself?
No, it's a question that we will be happy to ask the company if there's any way for them to get location. Many times what they do, and I can ask their methods, but you may remember from other research that you might have done, that in some cases they get banks of numbers from local constituents, and they call randomly 100 people, and if 50 select, they have to have a significant number of respondents to make a statistical report. They might not know the exact address unless they then go research the number, and I don't know that we want to pay them that, because we could do that ourselves too. So let me see how much statistical data they can provide us with this, and we'll be happy to include that in our response to you once we come back with the next step, which is for them to validate the 60,000 change and the questions that you're asking.
And do you happen to know, Ruben, by when does this have to go? I know the ballot probably opens sometime in November, so we should have this all done by then, correct?
They are starting to get a little nervous.
Yes.
They wanted to do this. Obviously, doing it this summer is still valid for you. You want as much time as possible because, as Dr. Perez said, you're going to get data. Nothing, assume these were the results. Nothing forces you to do anything, but the more data you have, the more then you can deliberate and decide what you want to do. I think what Provolsky was saying is, whenever you guys decide we're ready to do it, we don't want to be in September or October, still trying to come up with a research analysis.
Absolutely.
With the direction you've given me today, we are literally going to call him tomorrow morning and say, we have something. Can you then give us feedback as to whether we can plot that 60,000 as opposed to 100, and how much statistical information you can give us in line of Ms. Cuarenta's inquiry? But that doesn't detract them from moving forward.
Okay.
When we come back to you, we will give you what they told us that they can do with demographic information, and then the next steps.
How long will it take for Provolsky to do the research, though? Does it take a month, 2 months? I mean, for them to get
When we first spoke, and at that time, if you remember, it was different. It was
Correct.
two topics,
Yes,
and
yes.
we didn't know how it was going to be done. They were saying that it can take up to a month.
Okay.
So assuming that it's shorter, I'm hoping no longer than that. My best estimate is not what I want. I want a firm number from them. And as soon as I get a due date, I will provide it to Dr. Perez so that she can communicate it.
I think it should be done by the end of summer, so I think we're still good. Thank you. May I have a vote? Any other questions? Board Member Garcia, any question?
No.
Okay, may I have a vote?
Governing Board Member Garcia,
Yes.
Governing Board Member De Leon,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Hanson,
Yes.
Governing Board Member Cuarenta,
Yes.
and Governing Board Member Gomez.
Yes, 5-0 vote, 4.4A, community survey passed. Announcements, our next meeting is Monday, June 24, 6 p.m. at the ballroom of the district office. Prior to the closed session, as necessary, staff employee comments are taken per Government Code 54957.
Madam President, I have a question. We had a gentleman who came here, his name is Mr. Cesar Flores.
Yes.
Asking about the authority for Board Member Linda Garcia to be telephonically or video conferenced in for our board meetings.
Yes.
This gentleman does not live in town here, nor does he have children in our district. I understand he's a staff member. He introduces himself as a staff member to one of our board members. I want official legal clarification on Linda Garcia being part of this board from now until she goes off in 2020 or when she decides to.
Well, I thought that was one of the things Mr. Romo was going to actually address this evening.
I certainly hope so.
And he's still here for us. Mr. Romo, would you like to talk for the record about the legality of the teleconferencing? I think this gentleman also believes that I am responsible for allowing the board member to exercise her right to be teleconferenced into a meeting, and that's a right that you all hold as board members. All a board member has to do is share with me as superintendent, I want a teleconference in, and my job is to make it happen because there's ed code specific to that. And Mr. Romo, would you clarify that for the record, that this is something that every board member has a right to ask for? It's not something that the board votes on or you have to have consensus on. It's a right that you exercise as a board member, and you just direct me to provide that access.
Yes, as I've mentioned on prior occasions, and I think I prepared a memo for the district about the Brown Act and its provisions concerning teleconferencing. It was added to the statute some while ago, and it was intended to provide to board members who may not be able to be present during a board meeting to participate. Because technology is such that you can be able to bring in someone into a meeting. They may have reasons of why they're not there. And the Brown Act doesn't specify what those reasons can be. It just simply says that there can be participation so long as certain requirements are adhered to. So in the Brown Act, it says, under these conditions, you can teleconference a participant into the board meeting. And it's the posting requirements that are essentially outlined in the Brown Act. The statute is also silent as to who gets to make that choice. The idea is generally this: you as board members should have the right to continue to participate, and if there's a methodology that is provided under the law for you to continue to participate, you should be the one that be able to say that. No board member, other board, or the board as a whole can deny an individual's participation in a board meeting. So that's the general notion. That is the common practice. That's the way the law has been interpreted. So long as we appropriately describe within our agenda that someone is going to participate by teleconferencing, and so long as we comply with all the other provisions that are laid out in the Brown Act, you get to do it. So.
Thank you. And I'd also like to put on the record that it was posted properly for the last meeting and for this meeting.
I would also like to add that I've heard that there's a local school district that one of its school board members every so often has to do that as well. So it's not unusual.
So a board member, they could be on vacation, they could be in another country, and they have the right to participate in a board meeting. All they have to do is let me know, and I, provide the iPad or, all the provisions that our attorney has just shared. So you all have that right to do that in case you're planning to go on vacation this summer, and we will make that possible for you as well. It could be long-term, it could be short-term, but that is a right that every board member has, and I will facilitate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romo. Any other comments, questions? Staff?
We don't have the address for this gentleman, but obviously I think this is the second or third time that he has brought this up. If anyone knows him personally and can share for him to watch the video so that he receives this answer, I think it would be he would appreciate it, I'm sure.
Prior to the close, as necessary, staff employee comments are taken per Government Code 54957. We're going to close the session. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we are going to pull one thing from closed session. It will be shorter as a result of that, and that is the appointments of personnel. We're not going to do that.
The number 2?
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking off number 2.
Okay.
So we're closing the session at 10:47 p.m. Now we're going to close session agenda, June 10, 2019. Number 1, conference with labor negotiator per Government Code 54957.6. District negotiator Myrna Morales with CSEA and TAP. She's going to talk about those two things. So now, okay, so that don't open till we come back. Okay, so.
Are we off? Who turns this off?
Well, that can turn it off remotely.